keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have expert trader Bull Barbie and expert trader Nick Does Futures.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Good here. How about you?
Good. I am so excited about the new accounts. Yeah, and I started trading the new funded account that I passed yesterday. So it's a good morning. Green so far.
Yay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks, guys. Chat, how are you guys doing? Keith, Denny, and Magnus is with us, helping us behind the scenes here. Abhishek, good morning to all you guys. So we have Tesla earnings after the bell today.
We do Tesla and Google will be the big ones. Well, for the week, really. They're the big ones for the week, and they're today after the bell.
Yeah. Nick, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm a little. Yeah, I obviously a big move up on indices. ES last night was kind of, and then NQ hasn't done anything. So I'm a little. A lot of people have been talking about, it's going to follow suit with ES. I don't really know because we have those earnings after close. So I have a feeling it could just chop around and kind of stay within a range. So I'm not really predicting like a big move on NASDAQ today. If anything, I would lean more towards a sell-off because ES just ran this all-time high. And if we start to see, a rejection, maybe on the hourly chart, it could just sell off down to back into this range a little bit on the 4 hour. Here, I'll just kind of show you what I'm watching here. So this right here is the all-time high right here. Huge move up last night. Actually called a move down here. I would like for us to consolidate and then drop lower because this is basically just my model fractalized on the hourly chart. And, got the push up. NQ obviously did not do anything. So the target has been hit. So maybe, just to pull back to this 4 hour gap right here before going higher, maybe tomorrow. I just don't really see a big move happening today on indices with, the earnings after and ES just kind of, doing what it wanted to do. So I don't even have any sort of point of interest I'm watching on NASDAQ. Even for a short, it just doesn't look very clean to me at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if we ran out some of these equal lows last night from Asia. But that's about it. Main thing I'll go over here is just gold. Gold finally has got a move out of this range and, move towards this high and hopefully to these equal highs on the daily or relative equal highs. 4 hour chart, this is what I'm watching. I want to see us come back into this gap here and then make a move back here. This would be great. I don't want to see it start going lower because then it's just making, an even bigger consolidation. I don't want that to happen. I don't want this to happen up here, right? Let me go to the hourly chart and show you my trade from yesterday on gold. Right around, I think it was about 10 o'clock is when I got in, right when we got off stream. So there was an hourly gap here. If you can see it, the gap here. I'm going to take this 4 hour one off just for the purpose. So I had this hourly gap here that I was watching for a move into and then move away from. And on the 5 minute chart, come on. So on the 5 minute chart, we came down. And as soon as we got a close above here, I bought right here in the close above this gap, right around in here, targeting, just a simple 2R. I was going to add in more on this this retest right here, but it never really did it, which was okay, because overall, when you look back at it, gold is a very clean move. So at least I was a part of it. I was going to add more here, and it just never did. Just ran higher all day. So yeah, that was the trade for me yesterday. I didn't take anything on indices. Monday and Tuesday, I think we can both agree. I mean, I know you guys took trades, but both the moves kind of caught y'all off guard. Like the move up Monday was like, whoa. And then the move down Tuesday was like, whoa. So, and it wasn't like it was respecting any sort of trend. But like I said, I did want yesterday to be the low of the week on the NASDAQ or on indices. Don't matter which one you're looking at, but I'm going to look at ES for the purpose of this. But we came down to this gap that I was watching. I was I'd like for this to be low of the week, and a very, very nice move up to all-time highs. So maybe a slight pullback today, and then Thursday, Friday, look to continue the trend, because if you look at the weekly chart, not a very big body, right, on NASDAQ. However, on ES, big body, made an open low, high close. So I'm looking for that to happen on NASDAQ, but maybe not today. So that's me. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. But that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Thank you, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
We are giving away accounts. MyFundedFutures is giving away accounts on social media. So everyone, check out chat. MyFundedFutures will drop the details very soon. So use code YouTube for 15% off all new accounts and 50% off for the old accounts, which you can still get right now. Limited time. We don't know how long that will last for, but it's 50% off. Use code YouTube one time for the old accounts, and then after that, it's 15% off the Starter Plus accounts and also the Expert accounts. And yeah, we will see what the giveaway is. MyFundedFutures is always cooking up fun stuff for us. Barbie, what do you think about the market this morning?
Well, I think everyone's been talking about it with how much ES has pushed and NASDAQ has been choppy. So what I have here to help compare what these moves have been is the hourly chart with just some basic EMAs. The yellow is the 21 EMA and the blue is the 50. And then I have the 2 and 3 ATR Keltner channels on there. That helps me kind of, when I can put both of these pairs with the same time frame and the same indicators, it can help kind of show me how they're moving relative to each other. The shapes are usually really obviously kind of the same, but right now they're not. I know everyone's been talking about this and trying to figure out what's going on. So obviously, NASDAQ is really chopping, just hanging around its median right here. And ES is pushing pretty hard. So why? That's what we all want to know right now. I'll show you what I'm looking at. And this happens a lot when we have the tech earnings going on. And just think about this, because it's all the market is way more logical than people say. If you have a lot of money and you want it to be safe, and you're uncertain about tech, you're not going to be having your money either in the NASDAQ index or in the underlying stocks that make up the NASDAQ. If you are in that situation and you want to de-risk yourself from tech, but the market in general is pretty risk on, then you can rotate your funds out of tech and out of NASDAQ and into some other places like ES, but also like Dow and also like Russell. So this is the thing when everyone was wondering what's going on, why is NASDAQ chopping? The first thing I wanted to look at was to compare all of the different indexes, not just the two main sisters here that we're always talking about in trading every day. So what I've noticed is the Dow is strong and the Russell is strong. That's showing me that there is some rotation out of tech and into these other more safe havens. Well, I don't know if Russell can be a safe haven. The Dow certainly is. The Russell tends to just have such a different basket of stocks than tech. NASDAQ's got the big guys, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, all those guys, and Russell's got the small caps. So it's just a very different sort of asset. So if you're worried about what tech's going to do, that's something that you can look into putting your money into. That's what I'm seeing going on right now. I'm seeing rotation out of tech from some nervous people during tech earnings season and putting it into some other indexes. So what ends up happening is we get the index, the other indexes really extended and the NASDAQ kind of lagging behind. There is an opportunity for NASDAQ to potentially catch up, but if the reason that it's lagging right now is we're waiting for tech earnings, which it could be, and tech earnings, the biggest tech earnings of the week are tonight, being Tesla and Google. It could be that today this stays kind of tricky and we have to kind of wait for those numbers to see what actually happens with NASDAQ, in which case it could end up really choppy today. And that is tricky when we've got ES, testing all-time highs here. So with that perspective, a little bit longer than I usually talk about for these charts. Let me turn these Keltners off now too.
No, that's a great point. Yeah, I was trying to figure it out too, what was going on. So yeah, that was good.
Yeah, super helpful.
Well, I'm not quite done. I didn't talk about levels yet, but you don't have to have levels if you don't want it. Do you want levels?
We want levels. We love the Barbie levels.
So I'm going to kind of finish that thought, but I wanted to frame what I'm looking at on ES in the context of what's going on in the general market and kind of give y'all some ideas to look at why NASDAQ's behaving a little bit differently. So I am going to be watching NASDAQ because if we get a power move, it could have that big power move. But here we are on ES testing these all-time highs. If we keep, there is still room on this chart to keep heading up. We still have targets overhead. And the main one that I'm really looking at, the 75 was one, but we have this 90 up here that ES still could try to charge through to. And that could be one of those slow drifts. Sometimes we get these fast ones. Sometimes we get these slower drifts. So that is kind of the next target up there. But we are running into a lot with NASDAQ. So we're in a very powerful market. It's a very risk-on market. That makes me not really want to participate in the short so much. I can get in on them. I've been doing that. I'll scalp these shorts here and there, but I'm always favoring the longs. So on ES, I was looking, I might potentially buy the 60 level if that hits early. But like Nick was talking about, we don't have that room necessarily in NASDAQ without the confidence in it. So we may not get the extended move. So I'm really just looking for kind of these smaller moves in here. So that would be like if we move down to 60, buying it back up to the highs. If it dips down to 50, buying it back up to there. So it's kind of a knife catch move a little bit, but the 60 area is kind of a median on some of these higher time frame charts right now. So I am going to watch and see if the 60 level could kind of firm up into some support. Otherwise, I'm really looking at the 50 level down here. But the way I would play these is just have a stop under the nearest swing high and make sure that I have meat on the bone. If my stop's down here and my target's up here, making sure I have meat on the bone so that if I am going to try basically a knife catch move for a little scalp, that I'm protected on that. So that's the kind of move that I'm looking at in this market anyway. We'll see what happens when it opens, but yeah, not expecting the big extended moves either.
Sounds good. Thank you. You guys, the social media giveaway on MyFundedFutures. So the social media giveaway alert, 15 people will win a 50K scale account. So share the stream, this awesome stream on X and Instagram. Tell us why you love MyFundedFutures and make sure you take MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. And you will get a chance to win a free account. So we have some good news to share. Denny, one of our mods, just needs another $200, and then you'll get your payout tonight.
Oh, wow. Good stuff.
Go, Denny. Any other celebrations before we set the bounty?
Well, it was my cat's birthday yesterday.
Oh, no. Let's go.
Oh,
Well, there's that celebration.
Happy birthday to your cat. How old is your cat now? 4.
Her name's Queso. Well, it's her assumed birthday, the day she showed up, but she was a baby, so it's her birthday.
Will you guys do something special, like with a cat cake? No. All of your animals, they all work. They all have jobs on the farm.
I don't know. I don't think cats want anything special. I think they just want the next day to happen. Like
they expect everything to be special all the time, always, whether or not it's their birthday.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys know, but Barbie has lots of animals on the trading ranch.
Yeah, it's a bit busy.
Bees,
Oh, I just saw one. This
chickens.
is there is another celebration. Fox soon got his first payout. That's huge.
Oh man, that's sweet. Congratulations. There's nothing like the first one. It feels so good.
Yes, happy birthday to my kitty cat.
And then Roman Arts passed a 50K scale. Or tonight? I passed a 50K scale tonight. Oh, so that means you traded yesterday and then you're trading it today.
Well, some people are in different time zones too. So
oh, that's true. Congratulations, Roman Arts. Let's go.
Yeah.
Tao Trade says, let's go, Roman. Okay, so 6 minutes before the market is going to open, let's set the bounty. What should we set it at? It is Wonderful Wednesday, hump day.
Hump day. That was my cue, right?
Yes. I love this. Barbie, what do you think? We should set it for hump day.
I think we should go big. I mean, this show, I've seen the stats. They've been saying it to us. This show is growing massively. So I think we should go big. We should be able to do at least 800, right?
Yeah, I like that. Nick, what do you think? Bounty for hump day.
I'm gonna go with Barbie's lead. Yeah, let's do 800.
800. 800.
That's only 300 away, you know.
Only 300 away? Let's do it. Let's set the first bounty is set at 800 for likes and views, and make sure you hit the subscribe button. You guys, we are less than 100 away from hitting 18,000 subscribers. You guys are all amazing. Let's do it. Everyone share the stream. Make sure you tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV, MFTV, for a chance to win a free account while you're at it.
And we've got Magnus behind the scenes today, which is awesome. So we need to show lots of support for him. Let's get like the biggest stream we've ever had, since we've got new help behind the scenes.
Yes.
Show support for everybody, not just those of us on camera. There's a whole team. Not everyone's here.
Yeah, we could not do this alone. Definitely not. Yes, thank you, Magnus. Shout out to Magnus. Rocky Mountain says, yo, Magnus. Denny, MyFundedFutures says, let's go, Magnus. Okay, less than 4 minutes. Market is going to open. NASDAQ is green, 34 points, and ES is green by 26 points.
How did we have I missed the poll. Did we do a poll that says if we're bullish or bearish? How was chat feeling this morning? Is chat feeling the pain having NASDAQ and ES kind of out of sync here? This is like everyone gets so hyped for tech earning seasons. I actually think it's a hard time to trade.
Honestly, I think Tanya said it best this morning. I just went on Twitter. She's put opens ES, opens NQ, closes charts. Like that's my exact. I actually just typed in my Discord. I was like, I have no idea what I'm watching on indices today. Nothing clear at the moment.
But yeah, the same thing kind of happened yesterday. I ended up having a pretty big day yesterday because once the market opened, it started hitting the levels right, and I was able to get some really nice scalps in, and that did the job, you know.
Yeah, my only problem is like the level I was watching for like basically the week, like TP1, I guess you could say, was that all-time high on ES. And
yeah.
I hate when we hit all-time like levels that I'm watching overnight, like targets, because usually it'll consolidate or reverse around those those areas. So like if I don't have nowhere to trade, like I'm blindlessly just buying and selling. You know, I don't think that's good. I mean, obviously you could, if NQ clears up and starts to make a big move to that up here, then you know obviously Monday's high is the target. I just don't know if it has enough juice to get up there with everything going on later today. And yeah, the point you made about money flowing out of tech due to uncertainty. So before the earnings. So yeah.
I think it's important to pay attention. Like that's why it is important to pay attention what's going on in the markets. I know some traders say they don't even ever look at news and they just trade the charts, but I find it so much easier when I kind of understand what is going on and what we're kind of up against. I mean, we do technically have news today too. It wasn't a big one. It's at 10 a.m. So that's kind of annoying too. The existing home sales. And then we have crude inventories too, since it's hump day. That's 10:30. So there's that after the bell news too that, you know, sometimes we can be a little sluggish before then. But hopefully we get some good action. I like good action. That's my favorite kind of action.
Yes, speaking of action, we're almost at the bounty. About 20 more likes, you guys. We will unlock that first treasure. Let's go.
Well, let's see if we can get a countdown here. We got what, 30 seconds?
Yep.
I don't want to count down from 30. Y'all can start that one. I'll start at like 10.
Let's start at 10. MyFundedFutures says, I want 10K views today.
That's for the overall channel. I think we need, I mean, we've been setting a lot of records like every day. Let's keep setting records every day because it's the best quality show. We should have the best numbers. That's the way that works.
Yes, we can do it, guys. Let's do it for Magnus today. The bounty is hit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open.
Double ding. It's very open.
It is
someone got Thinkorswim open.
So, yeah, so I guess now that the bounty's hit, we just have to wait and see if anything happens. So,
yes, we don't know when the treasure will drop. We have unlocked the treasure. It can drop in the next minute. We have no idea, or it might be in the next 20 minutes. Stay tuned, guys.
Nasdaq's obviously looking weaker off of this immediate move. Yeah. We'll see.
It is pushing down. Back to about unchanged. I am short 3 micros.
I love a short right there. I really do love a short right there.
So this is the new funded account. I keep hearing both of you guys saying lots of good things, lots of tips and wisdom about like protecting the downside and also like not trading everything in one account. Well, right now, like this is my only funded account. Just the risk management side that you guys share with us every single day.
Yeah, just don't do anything stupid. Really, you know, it's I hate to say.
How do we know if it's stupid?
Sounds so easy, but
how do we know if it's stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it all goes back to what is the foundation behind and what is like your set. Like Barbie, you trade that orb, you know, like if you hop in here a day and start trading like a 5-minute orb and you usually trade a 15, like that's little outside of what you do.
So if you're being stupid, it's deviating from the plan. Then that would be
correct.
Doing
yeah,
something stupid. If it's not already, if you didn't have the idea to make that sort of trade before the open, then we're not doing it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm actually. This is an impressive little down candle here on Nazi here.
Whew.
Who hurt you, Nasdaq?
It is pushing down. Nasdaq is red by about 36 points. ES is coming down.
News out of Japan. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think there was one of the tech companies reported a chip company.
No, we've got it's trade news. There's Japan trade news. 70-minute meeting between Trump and Japan. And steel and aluminum are not going to be included in the tariff deal. That was.
Ooh. Anything can happen.
Where's your
auto
TP
parts?
at?
It already hit. It closed it out.
I was wondering. Good stuff.
Where's the party?
I know. Woo! So the account is green. It was green. I caught a few trades in pre-market. So the count is green. I think I'm good to go. We will not trade this for the rest of the day. Right.
You move on to a eval. That's what I will put accounts away for the day. And I don't know why people can't do that without disconnecting. You should work on that skill if you need to, because it's nice to just move on to the next account that needs some business taken care of that day. That's what I was doing yesterday too. So
Yeah,
One thing
definitely,
I like to tell
Barbie.
people too is just like have a dummy account, right? Like have a one eval where like if you let's say you took a trade on your fundeds, it worked out or it didn't, and you get that you feel that sense of wanting to just click buttons, have that freaking that eval just land. Like I don't know, like MyFundedFutures has cheap evals right now, so $60, you know, just slap one of those, or maybe it's a giveaway account. And if you really feel the urge, do that. You know, don't do anything stupid on your fundeds, but or best say don't do anything stupid at all. Try to just, you know, fight it and, you know, do the hard thing. But I would just, like I say, protect your downside. So just doing stupid stuff on evals makes more sense.
Yes.
I even keep paper accounts. If I want to try something really weird and stupid, I don't even put it in an eval. So
Even better, do it on just a pure paper account.
if you've never
Yeah,
traded it
paper
before,
account, yep.
yeah.
Yeah, protect the downside, you guys. And then the equity curve has to go up. It has no choice.
That's a good question. What do you guys think about paper trading at first?
I like paper trading at first. I know that that's like controversial for some reason, but the reason that I don't think it should be so controversial is I know it's like if you put it in an eval, there's a chance that you're going to earn an account. But so what if you earn an account on chance? If you don't have a real solid plan, what are you going to do with a funded account? And so I think that paper is the best opportunity to play around with the different strategies that you're going to use before you put them in an eval, so that you have a plan coming into that eval. Some people skip that step entirely and they do their planning while they're in the eval, and then they don't know why they failed it. But if I have an eval, and I'll do the same thing with my funded accounts and my evals, is I'll kind of have a theme for that account, where that account's going to be trading the orb, or that account's going to be trading just support and resistance, or this account's going to be doing order flow strategies. And that kind of keeps it organized a little bit. But then I know I have a plan. So that account, that's going to take the orb trades. That one just only takes orb trades. And then I have a plan for that account. And I think if you don't have that plan yet, paper's the best place to screw around with that. And otherwise, you still get frustrated that you blew an account. It's still an emotional reaction to blowing an account. And if you're in your paper phase, you don't need that.
On paper?
No, but I mean, if you're using an eval as a paper account, you still have that emotional reaction if you blow it.
Of
but
course,
like,
yeah.
If you're just in planning and you don't want to incorporate that emotional aspect yet, paper is a great place to be.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with that. If you don't want to incorporate that emotional aspect, it's definitely a great place to be. Or even like back testing. I feel like you can go through you can find more of your setup that you're trying to like work on. If you back test, you can just go through so much data.
Yeah, that's where you get confidence to execute in an eval or a PA or a live.
I take back testing 100 times over than paper trading, because you can't go through, you just go through more data. And on top of that, when you take the trades, I feel the same. Like if I take a back testing trade and I take a paper trade, I don't have really any emotion tied to it. I'm just trying to build some repetition, trying to, build more confidence in the model.
That's one of the great things about paper trading, though, is you can go do playback.
You can do what?
You can go do playback. And so you can
I guess TradingView has some.
You can go practice 20 opens in one morning.
That's so cool. So
you can't do that in an eval, but you can do that in a paper.
Yeah. I think if you're first learning to trade, like very beginner, I remember learning how to put in orders, and it was like I have to fumble, right? Like trying to know what a limit order is, and you don't want to do that in eval.
100%. Yeah, I always recommend students, back test. Back test till we get the model down, till you get some repetition, till you get some confidence, and then from there just go straight to eval, because it's once you get the model down, what's the other part? It's the psychology, it's the mental part.
Well, that's the plan. Like once you have a plan to execute, but I see so many people without a plan just throwing stuff into an eval, hoping for the best.
100%.
Then they don't know why they're not passing. They don't know why they're so frustrated. But
you mean people treat prop firms like casinos? No way.
Denny Jones, great news. You got the $200, so you get a payout.
Let's go.
Woohoo! Let's go. Everyone type in W for Denny, one of our mods. Awesome job.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
So I have this, so I did switch accounts. This is in eval, the new pro account, the 50K eval, and I'm going to do the 5-minute orb on this. So we'll see if it tags on the downside.
You take it on NQ, right? Yeah.
Yes, on M and Q, 3 micros.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some buying on the ES tape, so I'm trying to figure that one out here a little bit. Yeah, I'm liking the longs for a little pop. See if we can get it.
Ooh, ES is holding up. It's 23 points in the green.
Yeah, they're still buying on it. I mean, it's definitely looking kind of choppy, but Nick pointed this out earlier. I mean, we're at all-time highs, so how many buyers are up here? We'll see.
Yeah.
People always like shit on people for saying, "Oh, you shorted at all-time highs." Well, it's like sometimes it likes to, like, you're not anticipating the market to, fully go bearish. You're just anticipating a pullback. It's no different than if you weren't trading at all-time highs and we just had a big move up to a target. You want to see a pullback there. So that's why I could kind of see us, going lower.
We do just tend to run highs before we reject, though. That's why I always kind of wait for it to come back through. If you're just blindly buying highs, that's not for me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I had this 4-hour level marked off for ES, which is the stronger one. For NQ, like I said, I didn't I think that tweet I was telling you guys about earlier kind of summed it up for me. Opens NQ and ES and just closes the charts. I don't really know what's going on, but Terry, the good thing is she was in and out in what, two minutes?
Yeah, it was so fast. If only every morning was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fast. So the new one of the new things that I love about the new accounts is no more micro scaling, or not scaling, no more micro scalping rule. So Fabio said on our show yesterday that they're looking at 4 ticks, right? 4 ticks. So anything above 4 ticks is good. That's only 1 point in NQ. That's very doable. And like, I don't have to worry about, these quick, like if I just want to try and get like 2 points, which is awesome. That's a big change that I'm super happy about. What are you guys loving about the new accounts?
I like the 5 account limit on the funded, and I think that's pretty big.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I like the 5 account limit, and then I like the 100K payout cap across all. At first, I thought it was just the core, because it was something about like 13,000 and 10,000 on the other one. But yeah, it's a 100K payout cap across all of them. And so you can make, let's say you got 5 50Ks, right? And you run up, you get a 100K payout cap. All right, you get moved to live, and you get moved to live with $2,500 per account, or 2,000 per account. That's 10,000, and like that is between 10 and 25,000, I think, depending on how much buffer you got and things like that. So that's huge. $10,000 live account, like with just 5 after you already made 100K, right? Like a lot of these firms I've noticed, as soon as you hit like a certain number, like way below 100,000, like I'm talking like 20, 15, 25, that's what, you're going to live, right? Like they don't want you sim farming. They don't want you doing any of that stuff. And I think 100K is like perfect. I did, like I say, it was 25 soft cap before, and they 4x'd it, So I wouldn't be anticipating that number going any higher for a good bit, and that really doesn't need to. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and the leverage that we're getting, it's incredible. So I did the math yesterday on the show. I'll do it again today. So the least expensive plan is the core 50K. And that is $77 normally, I believe. With code YouTube, you get 15% off, and that brings down the price to $66. So theoretically, if you bought 5 and you passed all 5, this is all theoretical, of course, it would only cost you $330 out of pocket, and you're getting $10,000 worth of drawdown. So to me, that's like mind-blowing, the leverage of $330 and $10,000 of drawdown. So that gets me excited. Exactly, Barbie, what you were saying, like the 5 accounts. That's one of my favorites. I saw MyFundedFutures in chat just said, should we celebrate the new accounts with something today again? Question mark. What do you guys think?
I think that we're MyFunded has given a ton to chat. So chat's just gonna help us get our goal. We need the biggest. I just personally, I think Burke's behind me here too. We want the biggest stream yet today. So all day long, we're trying to get the most viewers ever. So that's what I want in return.
Also, I think we're doing like social media giveaways where they tag us on there. So
I love the social media giveaways, especially when I can reshare them. Most of the time I can. So
yeah, I turn my tagging on so you guys can tag me.
You can even harass Nick now. So
yeah, you can harass me.
MyFundedFutures said, let us hit that milestone, chat, and I'll cook a special meal. Ooh,
yeah,
we can do it.
That's what happens. You rub our back, we rub your back. Keeps going back and forth.
Gold.
So the 5-minute orb, gosh, that first candle was a massive candle.
Yeah, we got tagged in. I just have to get over to the right account and I can show it.
Okay, I'm tagged in now.
Good stuff.
There we go.
What's your TP 102?
Yeah, I'm going for about 1-to-1 on that candle. It's at 102.
Good.
It's such a big candle. I'm glad I only went in with 3 micros.
We like big candles.
We like big candles and we cannot lie.
Just keep note that in Q, previous day lows at 108, by the way.
108. Okay, maybe we'll take it out. Thank you, Nick. And it's possible. We are close to 18,000 subscribers. If you haven't hit subscribe button, make sure you hit it and turn on your notifications for exciting things that might be cooking up. Destroy.
Have we dropped the bounty yet?
Not yet.
All right.
We're still paying attention.
It can come anytime, guys.
Gotta pay close attention.
Well, we got the music now anyway, so
exactly. Let's
listen
for the music.
What I am kind of watching here, this point of interest on gold has been hit. This gap. So I'm gonna be watching the 15-minute, just see if I can get some sort of energetic move back to the upside, because I'm bullish on gold, because why not? But it's good to see, pull back here. So gold is probably my top watch. The target I had for ES is about to be hit for longs, to get long, I should say. If we get a move, like I said, I had a feeling we'd take this high and reject, given how weak NQ was. So I'm just going to be watching to see what happens around that level. So that level for ES is 63.56 and 63.53. So just in there. And NQ just, I think, took Asia lows just now. So we could be, I took Asia lows. Yep. So yeah, just pay attention for some sort of pullback if you're trying to go short on there. But I think it can go a little bit lower before turning around. So
let's do it. What does that sound?
It's giveaway
sound?
time, the buzz is real. Spin the
50
wheel for
free.
a major
Use code
deal.
paper account 50.
Oh,
Let us know if you got it.
funded TV, the crowd's in line. Dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh, lights are flashing, prizes rain. Hope is calling.
CJ said, LOL, paper account.
Getting claiming it's your big day. Giveaway.
Max Zus got it. Woohoo.
Good stuff.
In Despair got it. Congratulations. In Despair, you are no longer in despair because you won a free account.
That may be the funniest thing you ever said.
Let's go, guys. Make sure you hit subscribe. Let's get it to 18,000.
What? No, the funniest thing you ever said was it was last Friday. It was what was it? You said someone's name. It was like Booty Cheeks or something. What was it?
I think it was it Booty Cheeks? It was Booty something.
Yeah.
You're like, Terry, you just wanted to say that word.
Yeah, you just wanted to say it 100%. You just wanted to say it.
Did the eggplant ever show up? Is it still missing?
It's still missing, but so I needed a friend for my banana. I'm looking at my bot. It actually took. There's an error, but that's okay. I got some melons. They're a little bit smaller than expected, but they're very squeezable.
Oh my God! Holy smokes! They're very squeezable.
And the insides come out when you squeeze them.
Well, that's pretty cool, actually.
So new stress toy. We got the melons,
That
little
is
melons.
cool.
I was expecting them to be a little bit bigger, but that happens.
I just saw Keith.
You can get them. That is the nice thing about the smaller size. You can get them both in one hand. So.
Yeah,
Nice
I like
dress
that.
toy.
They just flare up and they're red. That's pretty. I like that one.
Yeah.
Nick, what's your stress toy?
It's just some random ball that I think my dog or one of my kids got. So I don't know where it's at. It's gone. So I just have to punch the desk now. That's my stress reliever. Well, I just go play golf, hit a little white ball around.
Yeah, because when you play golf, you have to stay in the moment. And so you forget about all the past stuff, kind of like taking on new trades.
Yeah. That's 100% right. You have to kind of stay in the moment. Otherwise, like I said, it's like trading like we talked about before. You can't get too – you got to be able to forget easily. That's the best way to sum it up.
Yeah. I forget my trades all the time. So I think that's a strength.
Well, my thing too is I'm big on journaling like the trades and just kind of seeing what what I did right, what I did wrong, where can I improve. But I hate journaling. But the less trades I take, the less I have to journal. So that's what I try to tell people that
was actually massive when I was really new. I was still option trading, but I made a spreadsheet, and every single time I took a trade, I had to log it, and that kept me out of so much trouble because it came down to, is this trade worth my time to go log this? And sometimes it wasn't. And it's not even like how I feel about this trade. Like, I don't get into all of that kind of journaling, but I do want to keep track of, at least when I was first starting, I was really, really good about keeping track of every single trade I entered and what kind of trade it was. So, was it a breakout trade, or was it a support and resistance trade? Was it a volume trade? What was I doing? So
Keith.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Keith made 2,900 this morning.
Let's go.
And set a personal record for your biggest day. Congratulations, Keith. Number 2 in our chat.
Yeah, that's
who does number 2 work for? All right, that
Keith
one
works
didn't
for
land.
Keith.
That's fine.
That's a good point you brought up on journaling, Barbie. For sure. I feel like if more people did it, they'd be able to kind of see like what they're doing wrong. They just don't really give themselves, like they just treat this trading stuff like it's so, they're just trying to make, the payout. Like they don't really like fall in love with the process of, taking the trades and game planning them and trading that plan that they game plan. So that's probably why they don't see a whole lot of results. And I think it's the main reason I do like journaling the emotions though, is because you can tell a lot by a trader what their emotions are in the trade and after a trade. Like if someone sends me the journal and they're like anxious and they're in the middle of a trade, that's either one or two things. They're either over leveraged or they don't have enough confidence in the model that they're trading. So, and you can tell a lot by a trader's executions, right? If a big move has already happened and it was part of their model and they got in late, they probably weren't too confident in themselves. And you just tell a lot by executions, like on the chart. So that's why I always have my people just send me their executions and their journal. And it can always be something you like. For me, I personally journal after the market, like a couple hours after. I want to see how it affects me on the day. Like if I go to the gym, am I still thinking about that loss or am I still high off of that win? I think, drawing right away. I mean, yeah, I feel like it's more so people just do that just to get it over with. Whereas like you want to see how it affected your day, right? So everyone's different. And one thing I learned about just about everything in trading, outside of like risk management and some psychology stuff, like there's no right or wrong way to do things. It's just a matter of doing the same thing. That's not like obviously like full porting the accounts and stuff like that. But most people just can't do the same thing every day.
Oh yeah, it's really hard. It sounds so simple. Like just do the same trade every day, like look for the same thing every day, sit on your hands every day. It sounds so simple, but it's very challenging.
Yeah, Steven, the glasses are called. God, I can't. Words are just hard today. The glasses are called RA Optics, and if you look at charts, screens for 12 hours a day, like you just said, you definitely need them. I got the red ones, and I have like the daylight ones. Tanya got these for me, so that's all I know. So the red ones and the yellow ones for the daytime. Yo,
Nick, you made a video yesterday about the accounts, about the new accounts.
Oh yeah, no, it was pretty. Just kind of broke down everything and also attached like the help links in the description. If to go a little bit more in detail, because I knew there was going to be some graphics that came out a little later that probably had a little bit more info than what. Oh man, that's a big drop right there. Than what I had at the moment. But yeah, no, go check it out if you guys have any questions and drop in the comments or whatever. But I think it's pretty straightforward. Like I didn't have to really talk a whole lot about the accounts because it's pretty simple. You know what I mean? Like, do you feel any confusion at all?
I don't. Maybe if anyone has questions, definitely drop it in chat. I have your YouTube pulled up. Everyone go check out Nick Does Futures on YouTube and you can watch this video. It is very good. And
yeah, it's only 7 minutes.
Yeah, right here. Our Nick, expert trader on MyFundedFutures. This is the video. And also go follow Bull Barbie. Let's pull you up,
Barbie.
girl.
Yeah,
look how cute
got some good stuff on there.
Yeah,
so cute.
Bull Barbie has also a video. So go check this out. Adorable.
I got a video or two.
Yeah, a lot of videos.
Yeah, that's a live stream.
Over 12,000 subs. Let's go. Bull Barbie.
She has like probably the best opening range strategy video. So go videos and go popular.
Yeah. Oh, look, here's the eggplant that's missing. Okay. Right here, winning orb rules.
Yeah,
this one.
Yeah, that one has the rules that I'm trading in here, and I just realized my bot did some wrong math, so I'm gonna fix it again. But that's what I've been working on programming here too. So I do have another video coming, but A lot of people just make videos as fast as they can. I just can't do that. I have to make it complete and have everything I want. So I'm working on that. We'll have an extended orb rules video coming.
Sweet. Can't wait to see it. Nick, before you head out, thoughts on the day on the charts?
Gold, I haven't really got a whole lot of. This was like my top watch for the morning, and what I mean by top watch, it like just like it wasn't too sexy, but you know it could be very nice. But I need more displacement up and more energetic move. ES hit that 4-hour gap, that point of interest I was looking at. So I'll be looking to see if we can make a big move to the upside. I'll maybe participate in there. Given how we sell it off, wait till you get like a strong 15-minute candle to the upside. As for NASDAQ, I really don't have anything that to me, this looks like it's just going to bleed till previous day low. And if that happens, you probably invalidate this 4-hour level. Let me see how the 4-hour candle closes. Oof. Yeah, 4-hour chart doesn't look good. On NQ at least. On ES, it kind of looks like it's in some sort of consolidation. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not, if you guys know me, I'm not afraid to tell you I don't know what the market's doing right now. So maybe it is more clear in the PM session, which I don't even trade, but I think it's a lot of it due to, you know, we have Tesla earnings and Google later today, and we also have news tomorrow, red folder news tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll just come back then. I had a good trade yesterday on gold. I'm not stressing anything really. I know I can catch a move tomorrow or Friday and make up, you know, make a good week. And if not, you know, I still had that good move yesterday. So, yeah, no, I'm gonna head out here. I will see you guys back here tomorrow. Y'all go watch that video if you guys have any questions about the new accounts and changes and rules, and at me in the comments. But I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Y'all be safe.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Of course.
And then there were two.
Do you think we'll hit 18,000 subs today during our show, Barbie?
How close are we? We're pretty close. Let's do it. I don't know if we'll do it during, I mean, we got 30 minutes. I don't know if we'll do it while we're here, but I'll pop in. Tell y'all what, if you get us to 18K today, I'll pop in to chat. Somebody help alert me. But
let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get to 18,000 subs. I have to believe there are some people watching who haven't subbed yet.
You heard Burke's deal. You get us to that goal for the views on the entire stream today. So if you haven't shared it and you have somebody that likes to trade later, share that. We want to get as many views as possible on the final show. So
yes, MyFundedFutures says let's run it.
I do have this orb trade on. Just you have to kind of ignore. I see what my bot did. I keep having this problem with it. I have to go fix it. But so it should be going for this target just a little bit higher, above 23,100. But the way the bot is, the bot's in total control. So if I move this up here, it's like, nah, we don't care. But I did want to talk about, we can kind of do a chart of the day. Did I have this pulled up? Yep. So we have, let me get this off of here. We have Tesla earnings. So this is the big one that I've been looking at. I'm in 350 calls, but I'm going to close them out before the bell because it's Tesla is making me nervous. So we're expecting a lower EPS and we're expecting lower revenue. We have to worry about the sales and the deliveries. I thought originally Tesla would kind of end up going in a different direction. I don't know about any of y'all, but there was the opportunity. So, I mean, he came out making cars, but I never saw this as a car company. I always saw like an innovative company. That's the way he came in fresh and new. It's like, we're going to make cars, but we're going to change the world. And so he made the cars and he's like trying to pass the baton on the car making and focus on the infrastructure of all these charging stations. I think that's where the value in Tesla is. It's not in these cars. It's in being able to charge on this massive network that's already there. It's the same way that phone companies work. Why was AT&T the biggest monopoly? Because they got their lines down first, you know? So that's kind of the same thing with Tesla. But we're still very, very focused on the vehicles, and that's always what the news is very focused with. I'm always interested less in what the actual sales are and what how much they're selling in energy. So it could be they have good news on that front. It's just I don't see the consumers and the analysts focused on that. The consumers and the analysts are always focused on them as if they're a car company. And I'm shopping for cars right now. We have a Tesla. It's an old one. It's like one of the original ones. And we're shopping for EVs and gas cars. I haven't really decided on a couple of these. And I mean, I don't think Tesla makes the best EV anymore. They probably know that too. So that's really where their focus should be. So that's what I would want to see in guidance too, is a move where we're not trying to be the only EV car company. We're trying to be the biggest power supplier. But I don't know if we're there yet. So I think there's a lot of risk on carrying options over earnings on Tesla. But we can also kind of watch to see how the NASDAQ reacts too. Tesla has missed, let me look. They've missed estimates 3 out of the last 4 quarters. So
Ooh.
another reason to be kind of nervous on that. Google's the other big one. I haven't been playing Google just because I didn't see the option flow that I like to see on Google. I'm a little bit worried it's going to be kind of flat. But this is the other big earnings that I've got GOOGL here. The I think GOOG is usually the chart people look at. But this is another. It could be a surprise. I have profited massively on gambling on Google earnings before, and I think that's part of why I'm standoffish. Is I know. So I was in when they announced the split. I was in calls. And I'm never going to be able to replicate that. Like, I'm always going to be disappointed on Google after that, because that was like, oh, we were just waking up to 10x calls. Like, that was easy.
Wow.
But I feel like I got spoiled on that. And I just need to enjoy that being one of my best earnings plays and move on. But so if Tesla disappoints and NASDAQ and Google is strong enough, the NASDAQ could still end up kind of where it is and in a good position to take off. So those are the kind of things that I'm watching at earnings, is how the market reacts to these things more than anything else. But it's a little
You're
scary.
really good at the risk management, right? Like, that's such a big piece of your success.
So this kind of came from a point of frustration, though. So I've been in the Discord for a long time. There's been a few different iterations of what has become the Trading Ranch, but one of the guys who originally started that with me back when it was called something else, he was taking the same levels. I was doing all the analysis. I was coming up with all the levels. I was coming up with the trading plan, and then sharing it with him. And then he would go place basically the same trades that I was placing, and he was making more money, and it really pissed me off. But what I figured out is he was managing his trades very differently. I was trying to come in with just like a 1 lot or a 2 lot and kind of hit the whole thing. And he was doing some scaling. So light bulb, I need to go learn scaling. So that was the tipping point for learning all of the money management, because that's what I figured out. If I can get some of my position off, move my stop, the trading is way more relaxed and easy, and I can still go for the big targets, but it lets me take a little bit heavier position, but then still relax, kind of having 2 trades in one, where I have the scalp and the extension. And that's the way I look at it anyway. That's my money management. And then not putting all my eggs in one basket and rotating through accounts and things. We have this beautiful advantage of having all of these prop accounts that we can sign up for. So I don't have to rely on my own money. Even though I started out relying on my own money, I love being able to kind of rotate trades on these different accounts too. So that's all kind of part of it. That's the part that we forget we have to learn, I think, or don't know we have to learn.
Yes, like, we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
If you were to teach a newish trader one thing, and you could only teach them one thing to help them be successful, what would that one thing be?
I think the biggest overall skill that we have to have is just always looking at the big picture. That's the big picture on the charts. It's the big picture on our plan, the big picture on our goals. I see traders every single day, and I was taught this too. What's your daily goal? How much money do you need to make before you put your charts away for the day? How much do you have to lose before you put your charts away for the day? And when I stopped focusing like that, zoomed in on the individual day and just taking everything out into the bigger picture, I can still kind of have that daily goal, but it's more of an average. Like, how do I want that goal averaged out over a week or over a month? That takes the pressure off of every single day and therefore every single trade. There's no reason to put so much pressure on yourself for one individual trade. And when you're zoomed out thinking about the big picture, you can see that a lot more clearly than this trade has to work for me to get my goal, for me to be a success. That's very hard to do.
Big picture. Chat, what are your thoughts? I know we have some experienced traders in chat. If you could teach someone only one thing, what would it be? I did see someone write patience.
Yeah. I used to have I had my tracker where I would track all my trades, or my little trade journal. I just had it in a Google sheet, but I had a little blank at the top where I just kind of had an extra Excel spot, and I highlighted it yellow, and I would put my theme word for whatever kind of the theme of what I was working on at that moment. So for 1 month, it might be discipline. And then the next month, it might be patience, which are really kind of the same thing, just with a different nuance. But I always had that like grounding word at the top of my trading journal too, because that's my reminder every day. And at one point it was steady, because I just needed to stop freaking out. So I'd be like, steady.
It's
so
almost
just having that anchor word always helped me too.
anchor word. Yeah, it's almost like a meditation like type of word, like to anchor you in what it is that you're working on.
It reminds you of what you're focused on and what skill you're working on improving, because we have a whole bank of skills that come together to make this a profitable endeavor. And patience and discipline are certainly a part of it. But again, I feel like when you zoom out and think big picture, when you're looking at the hourly charts and the daily charts for your plans, and when you're looking at your weekly goals and your monthly goals, and kind of seeing what that looks like on an average day, just so you have a gauge, but don't hold yourself to that pressure every day. That makes it easier for me. So hopefully that helps some of y'all too.
Thanks, Barbie. Jake FX says, don't force trades. The markets ain't running. They are always going to be here. Yeah, it's taking that pressure off.
I think we feel like it's because we want it so bad. Like, I want to have that success today. But I finally just relaxed with the fact that I don't get to pick which day the market's going to bless me. It's going to happen. And some days are easy and some days are hard, and some days it's just going to happen. And
trust. It's like
you
that.
build that with time. That's what, when everyone's saying like this takes time, that is part of what it takes time, is you have to have the trust that it will all work out. Because I have that all the time. I'll go through the whole morning and say like, man, I just executed everything like shit today. Like, I was not on my A game. But instead of like beating myself up for the rest of the day, like, oh, I need to go study, I just suck, obviously I need to get better at this, I know that I'm going to find that same opportunity again next time. If I found it today, I can find it tomorrow or the next day or whenever it sets up again, and I can execute it better because now I have some lessons that I was able to learn today over why that didn't work. Or it may have just been a bad day, and the next day I'm probably going to do better. If I had a below average day today and the setup happens again on an average day, I should do better. That's law of averages, right?
Yes. Trust that you will do better and there will be more opportunities. Yeah, we do want it now. We want to get rich now.
I want it now too. Somebody send me all the money today, okay, market? But
it just doesn't want to sometimes, and that's okay.
It'll come. It just may not be right every instant. And I think we'll see that, like, oh, here's a setup. This is the setup that's going to do it. And that might be the one that fails. So there is always a failure rate, and we can't put that much pressure on the market or our trades or any one individual trade.
Yeah, and I like what you've been teaching us about, like moving on multiple accounts. Like, once you're done with one account, just move on to the next and move on to the next. That just really takes off the pressure, and the big picture. Like you were saying, if you could teach us one thing, it would be look at the big picture. It just takes off so much stress and FOMO. The psychological piece is such a big part of it. It's what like trips so many people up, and myself included, on red days. Like, feeling like, oh my God, I don't want it to be a red day. And then it becomes bigger and bigger. It's like, it's not good.
Yeah, and I think rotating through the different accounts has helped me with that too, because I'd be like, oh, well, that account is down. It might be down $400 or whatever my limit was, or, I'm done with it. I don't want to mess with that account anymore. That's all I had for that one. But I can move on to another one, and then like that's a little bit of a fresh start too. So I do like the multiple trades. I get asked a lot, why don't you trade on this particular platform or that particular platform? And the answer is almost always that I can't manage multiple accounts on that platform. That's just, it's a deal breaker for me if I can't connect to multiple things. And that's part of the reason is I will kind of shuffle through and be like, oh, well, the funded accounts didn't work out so great today. Let me go see if I can get some evals and that sort of thing. Because I always want to keep moving. And we have different ways of doing that. I used to have just my one account, and back when I was just trading options, and it wasn't a 25K account yet, and I have to trade a cash account. I only had that much to work with for the day. After I used that cash, it was done with for the day. And so I've kind of tried to carry that over a little bit, because we're so focused on prop trading a lot as future traders, but we can still use all of the money management and all of that the old school traders that didn't have access to any of this extra funding use, because it works. So I try to carry those option skills over.
Mr. Halder says, is asking us how many pair you usually trade. Well, we don't trade pairs with FX, but there are futures on currencies. I only trade NQ, and Barbie, you trade NQ, ES.
I'll trade whatever looks good, but my focus is on ES, and so Nasdaq's kind of the natural sister to that, like a fraternal sister, or fraternal twin. But the way I look at it is if I'm looking at the S&P 500, there's a few different assets that I can use to capture that trade. If I want a quick scalp or a faster day trade, it's almost always futures. If I want to swing and kind of do some different things, or I want to do a non-directional trade, then I'm going to be over in options. That's one of the things I really like about the indexes is we have so many different derivative products and ETFs and all sorts of ways that we can play that game. And then I don't really have to keep looking at all of these different charts all the time. But because we're trading indexes are made up of a basket of stocks. So I will go look at those basket of stocks too. So for me, that's basically the Mag 7 because it has overlap in both. But
great question. I am still in that short. It was over, I don't know, $100 in profit. It's about $40 or so.
I still got this orb going too. It's not exciting.
Yeah.
It should have trailed though. So because this should have trailed, if it actually gets up here, I'll probably just close it. But a little disappointing on that one if that happens. I'm just annoyed because I know exactly what happened. It used this candle instead of that candle, and I can't fix it when it's in a trade.
Questions, chat? Drop it in chat for us to help answer. Denny is asking, what is the most you have ever made in one trade?
The most I've ever made wouldn't be on a futures trade, but it's 5 figures. I haven't made a 6-figure trade yet. I'm still after that.
Yeah, same. It was 5 figures and it was with options. During COVID. That was a wild year. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go ahead and close out of that one since technically that would have been the stop out.
Oh, let's see. Let me pull up my chart.
Yeah, Denny, I like having both to play with. I like having futures are I kind of consider that my income, like my daily bread kind of thing. And then I like swing trading options. So I don't have a setup all the time, but I like being able to have that option. If I have an idea on Tesla, or if I have a longer term idea on the indexes, I can capture that with options. There's always been, I don't know, there's a lot of online trolling that goes on that tries to, they always want to pigeon people into labels and in little boxes and everything. So it's like, well, are you an index trader or a futures trader, or do you trade NASDAQ or do you trade ES? And there's no reason that you have to be super narrowed in like that. You can do what works.
We can do whatever we want to do, which is like part of the joy of being a trader, I feel like.
Oh, Denny, do you chart it like you do on TradingView? What are you talking about there? Oh, so
options
I
maybe.
I mean, options have an underlying stock. So if I'm going to trade some options on SPY, here, let me show you. Let's see, was this the chart? I think I have this one on double. Let me show you an example of how I would trade SPY looking at the ES chart, because I had this up with NASDAQ earlier. We're going to use this one as a comparison. Oops. And then I'm going to turn my levels on here. So I'm even going to turn a lot of my levels off so we can look without even my analysis. So this is, I'm going to go to a daily because this is kind of a setup that I like to do a lot. So if I'm looking at the ES chart, a lot of times I'll be looking for a pullback. So this kind of was a signal here to get in around 62.50 when we made this dip down. So now I go over and look at the SPY chart, and 62.50, that was around 620 on SPY. So that would be when the underlying SPY was around 620. But so where's my target? Here would be about 63.50. So we move that over here. That's around 630. So I can buy, oops, I did that on the wrong candle, but y'all get it. I can buy a 630 call option that has, at least a few days time to get there. So you don't have to have special charting. That's why I use TradingView for charts, is I can chart anything for options here, and I can chart anything for futures here. And I use a different platform for trading options than I do for futures, of course. And that way it doesn't matter. All of my charting and all of this stuff is in one place. I have a hard time charting across multiple platforms. The charts that you see like on NinjaTrader, where I have all these lines all over the chart, those are almost always all automated. So I run scripts on there to put my levels. But on TradingView, just because it's so easy to use, that's where I'll keep, where I have all my levels marked up. Like all this, these are old levels, obviously, because they're well below us, but I'll have all this marked up in TradingView and just kind of saved there. So that's kind of my charting notebook, I guess. Like that's where I keep my charts, and then I keep my trades somewhere else. I really tried for a while to keep everything in one place, and it just doesn't work. And there's some platforms that are better at trading and some platforms that are better at charting. And I know that there's definitely an effort to try to combine the two, but so far hasn't been done quite right. So I hate trading on TradingView, but I like their charts.
They are pretty. Your charts are pretty, Barbie.
Well, you can make it however you want, which you can do on the other platforms too. It's just like on NinjaTrader, and this is not just me complaining, this is the common complaint. It feels clunky. So this feels a lot more smooth, and then we get kind of clunky on the other one.
Yeah. I am so excited for the new platform, for the MyFundedFutures related platform. They just recently changed their name, right? Trade Century?
I'm going to let them do their own announcements. I don't want to announce anything wrong on that one.
Yeah.
There is a project by our same guys here at MyFunded to make a platform, but it's not going to be just, so we're used to all the, like, this is why I wanted to point this out before we go off on the tangent. A lot of prop firms have a client that you can trade their accounts on. And I don't like that because, like I said, my platform has to be able to manage multiple accounts, and some of those are going to be mine and some of them aren't. But they're not building a platform where you have to trade MyFunded. That's why I'm interested, by the way.
Yes, it's Burke's baby, and we will let Burke announce lots of exciting things when they all happen. Yeah, I think it is an edge, the platform that you trade. And it can go against you too, like when terrible things happen on a platform. That's bad too. So I am still sitting in that short, and it's not doing much. I'm just going to let this run. Gosh, that 5-minute candle was massive. So this is the hourly chart. So we're in the second hour here, and it's just hovering around break even. It's 3 micros, so I'm not sweating it. I can go about my day and not feel stressed and not feel like I have to check the charts like every 2 minutes. So this is that first 5-minute candle, the 9:30 Eastern Standard Time candle. And we just went back and tested that. NASDAQ is in the red by 42 points, and ES is green by about 13. Let's take a look at gold. Gold is down 21 points, 62%. Since yesterday's close, and CL crude oil is down about 0.5%. Gas Institute asked, do you only trade chart on Trade of 8? Yes, so I do just trade on Trade of 8. I like it because it's web-based. So that is all that I have been trading on lately. Great question. No Luck Pure Skill says, let's see if we reverse here to the daily fair value gap. So the fair value gap is the same thing as single prints, right?
I have a hard time. So if I say it's the same thing, if we say it's the same thing, someone's going to come after us. I promise.
Ooh,
But it's the same
don't do
idea.
that.
So it's, and you can look at this. There's just a lot of different ways of looking at the same thing, and it's very very profitable on YouTube to give an old concept a new name and run with it. But the idea of there being areas in the market where we didn't spend very much time trading, so we basically moved very quickly through a price area, and potentially because we moved so quickly through it, there could be pockets where orders were basically skipped. You've seen that happen when you're trading sometimes too. Your orders will actually get skipped over, and like why did my stop not hit, or why did it take a partial? It's because the order only took some of it because it moved that fast. And a lot of the times those little spots end up being kind of magnets in the market for price to go be rechecked. And it doesn't matter what you call it. It can be a single print on a TPO chart, or it can be a low volume node on a volume profile chart, or it can be just, this is what they're looking at. I mean, this is not rocket science. You're just looking for a little spot. Oh, I don't have my chart up, but you're just looking for a little spot on a candle where it hasn't been traded over. And that's just a really simple visual way of looking at that. So it's not like a big super secret. It's an old concept that's been named a bunch of different ways. But yeah, if you dare tell someone who's like really into ICT that a fair value gap is the same as something, they will light your hair on fire. So let's not do that.
Yikes. let's not light anyone's hair on fire. Baba Zoom says, no one cares about ICT. We want to see the melons.
Yeah, everyone just wants to see my melons. I get it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so we're just waiting. Maybe the market just chops around for the rest of the day. Anything can happen. Everyone might be waiting for the Google announcement and Tesla announcement after market close. Everyone's laughing about about the melons. Oh, so funny.
Yeah. But I mean, ICT, like anything else, it's really just a way that some guy has come to explain things in the market. And if it makes sense to you, more power to you. It does not make sense to all of us.
So, last minute thought.
Ivan doesn't like my melons. Ivan. This squeeze is for you.
So, last minute thoughts, life lessons from Barbie that you have to share with us before we head out for the day?
Not too much. I mean, just kind of keep it in context. I say these sorts of things a lot because it's got to get hammered into our brains. But not every day is the same, and not every day has the same expectation. So I'm not going to be putting the same expectation on every day. I'm going to wait and see what happens. And in the context of Tesla and Google earnings tonight, I am going to be a little more cautious today.
All right, cautious today. And good risk management from what you were sharing with us earlier with like taking off those calls before. Was it
Yeah,
on
I mean,
Tesla?
there's so many skills that we have to work on, and I think that's why we get frustrated, why we can't just come in and learn this in a few weeks or a few months, is we're focused on when we think we're going to learn how to become a day trader, we think we're going to learn how to read charts. And we do learn how to read charts, and we learn how to not lose our shit, and we learn how to manage money, and we learn how to make technical entries and use bracket orders and all this stuff. It's a lot of different layers, and that's why it doesn't come quickly. Is there's always room for improvement. I've been doing this for like 5 years every day almost, so I have kind of more layers of my onion than someone who started this year, but then we meet traders who've been trading for 15 years, and they've got a lot more layers that they're kind of pulling on, and that's part of this whole journey, as we call it.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a journey. And I love that we have traders from all, like, lots of different parts of that journey, which is such a fun part of watching our show. Thank you so much, Barbie. This was a fantastic show. Thank you for showing us the melons. And I hope we can find that eggplant is still missing. I swear, someone is playing a trick on you at your house. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Thank you, Barbie. Let's
See ya.
welcome. Bye. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. Started a new funded account this morning. Feeling good about it, protecting the downside, and the equity curve has to go up, right?
There you go.
Yeah, it's green, almost about $500, and then I stopped trading that account, and now I am in short 3 micros in an eval, a new pro 50K eval. So it's good. It's a good morning.
Very nice. Is that is the funded account the new plan, or is that from beforehand?
No, from beforehand. It's a starter plus.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, it's an old legacy plan. So if you guys are interested in purchasing any of the old plans, you still can right now while they're still available. But yeah, it's so exciting. All these new plans. What do you like about the new plans?
Just one quick question about the prior plans, actually. For any prior evals that are still running, do those carry over, or what happens with those?
That's a great question. So all of the prior accounts, they stay the same. So those are on from my understanding, they all stay the same. So like the 90-10 split once funded, that all stays the same. All the rules on the old plan, all the same. Yes. And you can have up to 5 50K accounts. So that includes the old accounts too. So we can have 2, I think, old accounts, and then three to make 5 fully funded, because that's the goal, right?
Very
Ash,
good.
I think, load it up.
Yeah.
We're building the MyFundedFutures empire in funded accounts like that.
We got to do the same thing, just with more capital, without a doubt.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm learning. Like, trade smaller, spread out the risk in multiple accounts, and don't go bananas in one. Like, it's okay if you're red. No big deal. Like, move
Right.
on to the next one. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How's your morning going?
My morning is going really good. I actually just got to submit another withdrawal request. Yesterday's position went very well, so much so to the fact that I was able to withdraw that money, because on the live accounts, daily payouts are enabled. So very happy to be able to get another withdrawal going.
Oh, awesome job. Everyone chat, type in W for Ash. You're just knocking it out of the park with your live account. With
Yeah, we're still in the
MyFundedFutures.
live account. We're into the 3rd month now. I think it's about 65, 70 days old, whatever it is. bunch of withdrawals from it, and it's just slow and steady. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Smooth is fast, slow and steady. Well, thank you, Ash. It's great to see you. I will pass the baton to you, and I will see you tomorrow.
Alrighty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, chat. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another live stream with myself, Ash Trades. How's everyone doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Very excited to get back on here with everybody. Another day, another learning opportunity. Every chance we get to gain more experience, in return, we get conviction in our business. So let's continue to keep showing up. Let's continue to relentlessly be students of the market every single day of the week. Doesn't matter if you're in your first week, first month, first year, first decade. Let's relentlessly work and learn every single chance we get. So, how's everybody's week going so far? How's everybody's day going so far? Let's see how chat's doing. Just going to welcome everybody into the chat before we get into any information here. What you see on the screen is the information that we'll be talking about. Before I say good morning to everybody, just so everybody's aware, this is a short position that already completed its objective. Okay, so this is something I was watching in my communities and during my morning live streams. There at New York Open, there was a bearish unicorn. It provided a short entry, and it ran to the target already. So before I say good morning to everybody, I want to make sure everybody understands this position has already been completed. I'm no longer looking at entries on it. It's done its job, and we're going to talk about it right after this. So, how's everybody's day going? How's everybody's week going? I'll hop over here to chat. I like to see a lot of familiar faces. Love to see that we continue to keep showing up, continuing to keep learning. All right, so good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Let's see who we have here. If you're green on the day, throw a 1 in chat. If you're red on the day, throw a 2 in chat. And if you've yet to trade today, throw a 3 in chat. Good morning, Lucas. Good morning, No Skill, or No Luck, Pure Skill. Good morning, Raphael Trades. Good morning, Denny. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. HMH, how are you doing today? Dan Trades, good morning. Heather, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Abhishek, how are you doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. See how chat is doing as well. Starting off with some 1s. Love to see that. A couple 3s in there as well. Some more 1s. Very nice, chat. Even some more 1s. Wow. Looks like a lot of people are green this morning. Well, if you are green this morning, what did you trade? Also throw that in chat. Did you take the short this morning? Were you short or long? So throw that in chat. Did you take the short trade? Comment short if you did. If you took the long trade, comment long. We're going to talk about both of them here in a second. Just welcoming everybody into my segment. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, Abhishek. Like I said, very happy right now because of the withdrawal. We're still working in the live account. We're submitting another withdrawal because of yesterday's position. Everybody remembers the long that we had yesterday. We spoke about it here on stream, and then the results were provided on my Twitter afterwards. We'll talk about that along with the current position that happened this morning. So let's hop over here into the information. Let's start to look at what we got. First things first is let me hop over here to ES, and let's talk about ES. So we were looking at long positions. We were looking at a bullish bias because price tapped into a bullish FEG. After tapping into the bullish FEG, we were targeting new all-time highs. Very good job by the bulls. We found support at the FEG. Right after finding support, we ran right to new all-time highs. So the bullish objective was completed. Now, the thing is you would have had to take advantage of the overnight session because, sorry, give me 2 seconds. You would have had to take advantage of the overnight session because the move occurred there overnight. So you can see it here. We tapped into the daily bullish FEG. After tapping into the daily bullish FEG, we made a bullish change in the state of delivery, right? A change in trend. Anytime after this occurs, then we can look for the longs. So after this candle closure here, looking for longs to new all-time highs makes complete sense to me. We got that move overnight, so unless you participated during Asia or London, that's when the bulls were in control. Ever since making it to new all-time highs, this is where we then start looking for shorts, right? Everybody knows me. I've been documenting my day trading business right here on live stream with everybody. So you know, when I go to create a plan, I'm getting on the daily chart. I'm looking at the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. So seeing that price took out a swing high here, this is a location for a bearish bias. Throw it in chat before I give it away. Once you get to a bearish bias, what is the concept that we use to confirm the idea of being bearish? What would we look for after price took out this swing high here? Very good job. A cracking correlation. That must be an easy question at this point. I'm going to have to start changing it up. You can clearly see it here. NQ did not take out the swing high. So there's a very clear crack in correlation showing that NQ is the weaker pair. Okay, so since NQ did not run above the same swing high ES ran above, that is a bearish crack in correlation showing that NQ is the weaker pair. Okay. That explains this morning's position, and now let's hop down to the lower time frame to do so. After seeing the crack in correlation, you could have seen this continuation bearish unicorn here on the 5-minute time frame at New York Open. Price runs above a swing high here. After running above the swing high, we then displace below the breaker block, right? This would be a bearish breaker. You can see that there's an FVG aligned with it. So taking the short there at New York Open makes complete sense to me. This is what we were watching in my communities and on my live stream. Once again, the position has already occurred, right? So the confirmation of the breaker was the 930 candle. Then the confirmation of the bearish FVG was the 935 candle closure. So taking the short here at 940 makes complete sense. And once again, we enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the high and then aim at 2R, right? So this did a very good job going 1.9. And that's 1.9. That's when I'm sitting there saying, you know, don't be a fool for 1 or 2 ticks. Okay. Creating a game plan, executing the game plan. That's what matters. Managing your risk, right? Asking for more than 82 points on NQ in the morning. It's getting a little greedy there. 82 points can make an absolute living on NQ. So 1.87, that's more than enough to consider the short objective to be completed here. Okay, so beautiful job by the Bears this morning. This is the position we watched. Now that we've gotten a result to it, now it's back to the drawing board, back to being patient, back to analyzing our criteria and waiting for higher probabilities. Okay, so just an update on ES. Very good job making new all-time highs. After making new all-time highs, we had bearish SMT with NQ showing that NQ was the weaker pair. That's why we would look to short NQ. You short the weaker pair, you long the stronger pair. Okay. Now, a good topic to talk about real quick is continuation plays. Okay. A lot of the plays that I've shown here on my segment have been reversal plays, but continuation plays are the same exact thing as a reversal play. It just looks slightly different. Okay, so let's talk about it since today was a continuation unicorn. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. We'll come back to price action, but I'm going to do a quick demonstration of it. When we're looking to get into a trade, these are the things that we want to see. So let's go over it real quick. Since it was a short position there at New York Open, let's analyze a short. First things first is equal lows. Once again, we've talked about the right side of a equal low or a equal high being the failure swing. So notice how the right side here is a failure swing. Okay. All right, so here's the important things to look at. And we're going to do this within price action as well. I like to do both so that you can see both types of education. First things first is the equal lows, right? Anytime you get into a position, you want to see equal lows if you're looking at shorts. You want to see equal highs if you're looking at longs. That's a location for price to reach for, right? This would be a target for shorts. The next thing that you want to see is that we're participating during New York Open, right? The opening times is very important. The next thing that you want to see is that we're shorting above swing highs or inside of bearish FVGs. All right, so let's say this is an hourly swing high, daily swing high. Now here comes the difference in terms of reversals and continuations. This is the buy side of the curve here, right? The move higher, buy side of the curve, reversal, sell side of the curve. Okay, so everything on the left side is going to be, so take a look at this. That's the buy side of the curve. This is the sell side of the curve. Okay, very simply put, a reversal is when price is moving higher, that's when we're looking to short, right? We're going against the trend to short versus a continuation where we're already moving lower. We're already moving lower and looking to get short. You can see the difference very clearly. You can see the difference very clearly with which side the stop hunt is on, right? The liquidity grab, when price runs above a swing high, this is a liquidity grab. Notice how the liquidity grab is on the left side of the curve. It's very easy to understand which one is a reversal versus a continuation, right? So this would be a reversal opportunity. The stop hunt is on the left side of the curve versus a continuation opportunity where the stop hunt is on the right side of the curve. Okay, so if you're looking at a continuation, it's still the same setup, right? You still have to have all of the institutional swing points, swing high, swing low, new high, new low. That would make this a breaker right in here. You'd still need an FVG aligned with it, and you still want to be aiming at the equal lows. Okay, so just a quick explanation of reversal versus continuation because we got a continuation this morning. So let's go back up here and let's take a look. All right, so we were trending higher this entire time, right? So this is the buy side of the curve. We were on the buy side of the curve all night long until we got a reversal, right? So here's the reversal here. Bearish breaker right in here. Notice how the stop hunt is on the left side of the curve, right? Here's the swing high. Price ran above this swing high right here. It's on the left side of the curve versus the right side of the curve. Notice the difference? This one's a reversal. Just like the demonstration I just showed, whereas this one's a continuation. Right here at New York Open, you can see that we're already on the right side of the curve. You get a stop hunt, which is on the right side of the curve. Then you get the breaker block with an FEG. So this morning's position was a continuation for the shorts. This is a continuation pattern here. It's still the same entry function. It's just knowing the difference between a continuation and a reversal. Not sure if we've spoke about that criteria here during my segment, so I wanted to make sure we went over that information this morning. Once again, this position has already been completed. So at this moment in time, it's back to the drawing board and waiting to identify probabilities again. But there was a lot of individuals on my live stream and in my communities that were able to capture the short. So if you did take the short there at New York Open, throw a W in chat. Let me know if you were able to take advantage of the information as well. Very good move there, offering over 80 points on an NQ short. Very good information there. Lots of W's in chat. Very good job, everyone. Congratulations. And let me know, what was it? What was it that gave it away? In terms of price action tipping its hand to show you that it wanted lower prices this morning, what was it for you? Why did you have the idea of looking for lower prices this morning? What was it? What was it? Also, while you're at it, if you're getting any value from the segment, if you're getting any value from this community, any value from the entire live stream and all the giveaways that we do here, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the stream, turn the notifications on. We're going to continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. The SMT on the daily, that's the market tipping its hand. That is the reason why I looked at this information as we just reviewed. I agree with you in terms of the SMT on the daily. Very good job. Very good job. Alrighty. So, you know me. Sometimes I'll schedule the codes. Sometimes it'll be a surprise. So far, we've done one scheduled this week, and we've done one surprise. I'm going back and forth. So, today will be scheduled as well. Hear me clearly, chat. Here's the warning. Okay? 11 a.m. 9 minutes from now. Okay? 9 minutes from now. You're going to want to be here. There's another code coming. Get prepared. We're going back and forth. Sometimes the codes will be scheduled. Sometimes they will be surprises. Sometimes we'll do the wheel. Sometimes we'll do the form. We're going to keep changing it up every single time. Looks like you got just about 8 more minutes before the new code. So stick around. 11 a.m. You're definitely going to want to stay tuned. So while we're waiting, let's also update some of our weekly outlooks. On Monday, we had done some weekly outlooks to make sure we were prepared for the week. Euro was one of them. Okay. We were looking at higher prices on Euro. All right, there we go. We were looking at higher prices on euro because of this bullish imbalance. It looked like we were trying to find support at this bullish imbalance here. So we were aiming at higher prices to the swing highs. Very good job for the euro bulls. They were able to get the higher prices, taking out both of the targets here. So that bullish objective on euro has been completed. Go ahead and go back to the Monday's live stream if you want a recap of that weekly outlook. During my segment, we went over euro, Dixie, ES, and Q. Euro made its move. It's completed both of its targets. Very good job on the euro outlook. Next, we have Dixie, right? The dollar. And the information's still here. So we haven't even taken it off the screen yet. We were looking at lower prices on the dollar because it was finding resistance at the daily bearish FVG. We were aiming at the swing lows because of it. It's completed the first target. And this is close enough to consider this completed. Okay. This is that same conversation of saying, you know, don't be a fool for 1 or 2 ticks. It made its move to the target you were looking for. Just because it didn't take it out perfectly doesn't mean you need to force price to move there now. You got the move lower. Very good job on the bearish bias on Dixie for this week. Very good job. Now you can see the inverse correlation here too. We've spoke about that. Dixie is inversely correlated to NQ and ES. That makes complete sense to why ES was able to go to new all-time highs. The weekly outlook we had on ES was a bullish move from the daily bullish FVG to new all-time highs. That objective has also been completed. Go ahead and fact check me. Go back to the Monday live stream. All the information, all the logic to my decision making was provided there. No hindsight here. We do all this on live stream in real time. You get the logic to my decision making. I explain to you the reasons how and why I make these decisions. And you get the results to it as well. So if there's any value in that, if there's any value in me sharing any of this trading information, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on, while also getting ready because we got another 5 minutes until another code gets dropped. So share the live stream with your friends, share the live streams with your communities, let them also get a chance at the code, let them know a code is coming up. As we're waiting and watching, we can now move into some questions and answers. If there's any type of information that you'd like to go over regarding the trading business, it could be any type of information. Feel free to throw it in chat. I'll hop back over to chat and we can do questions and answers for the second half of my segment. All right. How do you trade out of drawdown? You trade the same way as if you weren't in drawdown. The way that you approach the market shouldn't change. Okay? That's why we have a system. That's why we have a process. You need to be process driven. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. If you're going to let your results change the way you think, act, execute, then it's going to be hard to make progress in this business. You need to be objective to both your winners and your losers. Okay, so you trade the same exact way when you're winning. You trade the same way when you're losing. The process doesn't change. The results do. Once you realize that there's a random distribution of probabilities, that's when you'll allow probabilities to play out. That's when you'll accept the randomness of your trades and focus on risk management, right? Don't fall into that new shiny object syndrome. Okay, there is no holy grail. There is no best way to execute. Okay? Don't go searching for something new every single time something doesn't work. Stick to the process, fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Hello, Ash. How are you? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Trader HCH. Hope you are doing well. Glad to see you again. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, anytime. Like I said, I love to go over these questions. I love to go over this information. It really provides a lot of value getting to talk about this stuff because we get more perspectives than if we were to be doing this on our own. So let's continue to keep going over this information each week. Go ahead and ask me questions, anything to do with this trading business. Let's continue to keep working and learning every chance we get. Can you show us how to identify the breaker block? Okay, so you have both longs and shorts. Here's an example of a long. It's a swing low. It's a swing high. It's a new low, then a new high. You must have all of these swing points. Okay, the swing low here, the swing high here, the swing low here, and the new high here. The bullish breaker is always going to be found in between number 1 and number 2. It's going to be the highest up close candle in this leg of price action. So a bullish breaker is always going to be an up close candle, just like a bearish breaker will always be a down close candle. Okay, and it's the same exact thing for a short, right? So you still need all the institutional swing points. Oop, wrong button. Give me a second here. You still need all the institutional swing points. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. And the bearish breaker will always be a down close candle found in this leg here. Those are breakers, right? So if we go back to this morning's price action, we'll point to what happened at New York Open here, right? So now doing the same exact thing within price action, right? You get a swing high here, you get a swing low here, you get a new high here, then you get a new low here, right? So it's the same exact pattern. And you use the lowest down close candles within number 1 and number 2. So if this was the first swing point, this is the second swing point, this is the third swing point, this is the fourth swing point, which makes these candles here, a bearish breaker, right? So after the candle closes below it, oh, there it is, chat. We know what time it is. 53 resets using code BEARS50. 53 resets using code BEARS50. Who's going to get one? Who's going to get one, chat? Congratulations. 53 resets using code BEARS50. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations to everyone that got a giveaway. That makes our second scheduled giveaway this week. Congratulations. So we're not even close to being done. We still got Tom's segment, We still have Matt's segment. You're definitely going to stick around for those segments. I would not be surprised if there are more codes then, along with the value that Matt provides on a daily basis. The value that Tom provides on a daily basis is invaluable. So stick around. Let's see what happens for the rest of the day. And let's take a look too. Chat, what are you looking at for the rest of the day? We got to go over the move to all-time highs. We got to go over New York Open. Now, what are we looking at moving forward for the rest of the day? Are we going to get continued lower prices during the PM session, or are we going to get some bullish action? Throw it in chat. Higher prices for the rest of the day or lower prices for the rest of the day? What do you think? What do you think, chat? Higher prices for the rest of the day or lower prices for the rest of the day? You don't give people a heads up. That is just incorrect. If you were watching the live stream, I scheduled the code. So that is just objectively wrong. Sorry. You guys just must not have been here while we were telling you that the code was being presented at 11 a.m. That's on you. That's not on me. We scheduled it today. So throw it in chat. Are you looking for higher prices for the rest of the day or lower prices for the rest of the day? I appreciate you for the explanation of the breaker block. Yeah, like I said, please feel free to ask any type of questions, anything to do with this trading business, whether it's risk management, whether it's technical analysis, whether it's mental and emotional control. That's what we're here for. We're looking to work and learn every single chance we can get. So for me, the way that I would respond to it is that I think we might get a little lower prices. There's no structure here that interests me in looking for a retracement. Seeing the equal lows here, everybody knows that I like to use equal lows or equal highs as a draw on liquidity. So seeing that we have equal lows here makes me think that we may need to go make a new low on the session. So seeing that ES has completed a higher time frame objective, this is not an area that I would want to be looking for longs. Okay. I do not look for longs above old swing highs. I look for longs inside of bullish fair value gaps or below old swing lows. So I'm looking for lower prices here for the rest of the session. Why do you call it a breaker block? I don't call anything. I don't subscribe to any certain type of terminology. I'm just talking about price action. I don't know where it came from. I don't think anybody can claim price action. Okay, we did not create this. The market was created on its own. So we were not the creators of price action. So to be using certain kinds of terminology, that doesn't matter to me. Right? Like whether you want to call this support and resistance, right? So same exact thing. Let's just use different terminology, right? So if you're a support and resistance trader, you might have found that price was finding support here heading into the market, and then it broke support, turned it into resistance, and headed lower, right? So we could talk about price action just like that as well. It really doesn't matter what the terminology is. It's the understanding of price delivery. That's all we're looking for. Looking to understand how to create a game plan, looking to execute a game plan with strictly defined risk management. Those are the things that matter, is how to develop a game plan, how to execute it, and how to define your risk. So if you have any questions or information, feel free to throw it in chat. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us, I believe chat is sub-only mode, so you have to sub to the channel. While you're at it, like the video and turn the notifications on. So we'll see what we get for the rest of the session. Any questions? Any information? Anything you'd like to go over, chat? Let me know. Throw it in chat. What is the best time frame, or what is your best time frame? So trading is very unique to the individual. Okay, so just because something works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you. All right, you need to be very data driven. Okay, collect your own data through your own experiences so you can understand what works best for yourself. Right? So for myself, my data shows that the best entries, the best results have occurred on the 5-minute chart. The data also shows that I've had the majority of my losses on the 1-minute chart. Now, that does not mean I don't use those charts anymore. I'm still a trader. I still look at the time frames. You just need to collect your own data to see what works best for you. I might not be able to execute on a 1-minute chart, whereas you might be able to. So that's going to be unique to yourself. There is no one best time frame. Matt, what's the average points in terms of stop loss you take in NASDAQ? I'll have to go look at my prior data to know that. That is not something that I focus on. So, in my opinion, the market determines the stop. The market determines the entry. Okay, what I'm trying to say is I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the swing point. Right? So, the amount of room from the beginning of the breaker to the swing point is going to be different each day. There's a different amount of volatility that's within the market each day. So sometimes we get a 40-point stop. Sometimes we get a 60-point stop. Sometimes we get a 25-point stop. It depends on how much volatility is within each day. I will have to go back and look at the data to see what the average stop is on my accounts are. Ash, how do you approach the market when both ES and NQ are moving in opposite directions? So if there is a very clear discrepancy between two correlated assets, that shows indecision. ES and NQ should be moving the same at the same time. They are correlated assets. If they are not moving the same at the same time, that shows indecision. Okay, so for example, you're probably talking about NQ and ES. NQ is down 25 points on the day, whereas ES is up 16 points on the day. There's a very clear discrepancy here, showing that ES is the stronger pair, whereas NQ is the weaker pair. Any times of indecision, any times of lower probabilities, that's when you want to be on the sidelines, okay? Anytime the information is not overly clear, anytime the information isn't very decisive, anytime you can't identify it, that would be a time to stay on the sidelines and be patient and wait until you can. Okay? So that's what I would do when I cannot clearly understand the information, is be patient and wait until I can. Ash, I'm risking 0.5% on my eval. Is it okay to stay with it? Whether it's okay or not is going to be a unique answer to yourself, right? So, for example, if I'm risking $500, whereas you're risking $500, we might feel differently about risking $500, right? The way that you react to watching your P&L go up and down, you might react differently to that than I will. So where $500 of risk might be okay with me, it might not be okay with you. Okay, so you have to look inward for these questions. I know that a lot of my responses keep referring back to yourself, but that's because this is a you versus you business. The only person that's ever going to click the buttons for you is yourself. So you have to understand what you're comfortable with risking, right? So if you're only comfortable with risking $50, $100, whatever that number is, that's what matters. So whatever that percentage is on the account, it's a matter of you being able to control your emotions, you being able to control your decision-making, you being able to control your actions. Whether that's $100 of risk, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever number that is, you have to look inward for that. Okay, so in terms of my accounts, I've been in a live account with MyFundedFutures for some time now. The account originally started with a $500 daily loss limit. So I was doing $500 for 1,000 in terms of risk to reward. We've made some great progress in the account. There's more than 120% return on the account at this point. So the risk has also been increased, because if you've been following along with me, I've always told you that divide your drawdown by 10, right? So now that the balance is larger, right, dividing the drawdown by 10 would give me more risk. So now you can see how it's getting scaled. So any other additional questions, information, continue to keep throwing those questions in chat. I got another 15 minutes here with you all before Tom shows up for his segment. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. We are going to continue to keep working and learning every chance we get. Thanks, Ash. Yeah, anytime. Like I said, it really is very valuable getting to work around other like-minded professionals. Getting to share our experiences provides so many more perspectives than you would get if you did this on your own. Like if you were limited to your own experiences, then you might not get as many learning experiences than you would in a community. So what was your notification about final live stream? That was for my YouTube channel. That doesn't have to deal with this YouTube channel. So on my YouTube channel, I'm moving to pre-recorded content rather than live streams, because we're doing the live streams here on this channel. So everything remains the same. Weekly education content will be uploaded on the channel. It's just going to move from live streams to pre-recorded content. All of the live streams here on the MyFundedFutures channel is going to remain the same. I'm still going to be here 10:30 to 11:30 Monday to Friday. Ash, I appreciate the level-headed approach. It taught me a lot. Yeah, in my opinion, my biggest learning experience was becoming more mentally, emotionally intelligent about myself. That was where I found the most amount of progress, is when I started to look inward, to work on my own actions, to work on my own thoughts. When I was able to fully become objective to price action, when I was able to allow the randomness of the probabilities, that's when I started focusing on risk management. And risk management is the #1 priority at all times. Okay. Once you realize risk management is the most important aspect of day trading, you'll start to better the bottom line, right? Take less expenses while trying to increase the top line. Okay. Day trading is not about everyday trading. It's about bettering the bottom line and increasing the top line. All right. Less expenses, more income. Ash, what to expect for the afternoon session? Once again, I'm still leaning for lower prices. These equal lows are just too clean for me to think that we've turned around here for today's session. These need to be taken out first. So I do think we might get lower prices during the PM session. Same thing here on ES. There's just no, there's no breaker here to think that we've created a reversal. So because of that, I still think we get lower prices. It's just consolidating right now, so it hasn't made any type of move. But throughout the PM session, I'm going to see if there's still lower prices today. Ash, what is your plan for if the unicorn model or other approaches to the market begin to lose their edge over time, as many setups do during fluctuating markets and sentiment? I'll be here watching it, so I'm going to remain objective to price. If I ever need to change anything, I'll be able to see it within my results. So, I'm sitting in the position of I'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not going to try to predict the future. I'm just going to focus on the present. And right now, what is working is providing me with many withdrawals and many payouts. So I have no intentions of changing anything right now. I'll let price action prove to me that I need to change something. Until then, it's just, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Right now, that's not the case. Long on the Euro 5-minute breaker. I believe there was a bullish setup there. Let's take a look. Yep. So very good job. If you're looking at this as a breaker, if you're highlighting these candles here, I agree with what you're saying. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. There's an FVG in there. So this is definitely a bullish setup. Very good job on the long. We could leave this here to see what type of result we get from it. But I agree with what you're saying there on being long on Euro for this reason right here. Very good job. Ash, is it true that July, August is said to be a low probability setup month due to the holiday? Once again, I don't look to predict the future. I look to focus on the present. So the past does not reflect the future. Just because something has happened in the past does not mean it's going to happen again. The best thing to do is focus on the present. Just be objective to price. Don't try to predict the future. Just efficiently react to what price is currently giving you. So, July has treated me very well. I did over 100% on the live account. So whether that was low probability or high probability, that's what my result was. So I'm not going to sit here and call July a low probability month when the results speak for themselves. What we can look at, though, in the beginning of July, we spoke about NQ and ES being green 9 out of the last 10 Julys. I know that was a statistic that we pointed to in the beginning of July. And we're getting into the close of July here. We're at the 23rd. So this is going to look like another green close for another July. It does look like that stat held up very nicely. We were looking at bullish price action for July because the last 10 Julys, only one of them closed red. So we were looking at an increase for the month of July, and we have gotten that increase so far. It would need a pretty drastic sell-off to end the month red. If somebody wants to go ahead and farm that video, take a clip of that and send it to me. We went over a statistic about how Julys tend to be green. All right, so we got another 7 minutes during my segment. Let me know if you want to go over any information. If you have any questions, feel free to throw it in chat. Make sure you sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. I believe if we get the channel to 20K subscribers, there may be a reward for that. Let's see if we can get the channel to 20K subscribers. Ash, do you believe in 6,900 to 7K on ES this year, as Wall Street Journal analysts are calling for? Everybody provides their own opinion of the market. Once again, I really don't do forecasts. That's what I was just trying to explain right there, is that I look to efficiently react to the current information. I do not look to forecast. I don't look to predict the future. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. It's just someone's opinion of where they want price to go. Okay, so I'm just going to take it one day at a time. I'm going to focus on being present each day, efficiently reacting to the current information. Whether that's up or down doesn't really matter to me. The macro just looks so bad. I think there's a difference in terms of economy and price action, okay? Price is going to do whatever it wants whenever it wants to, but if this is a bad macro, then I don't know what a good macro would look like. This machine just keeps going higher, so not all those people that want to scream recession, where are they now? Remember back in April, all those people screaming recession, telling us how bad our economy was? Why are we creating new all-time highs then? Well, what is bad about this? I'm not sure. New all-time highs after new all-time highs. We just keep going higher. I think there's a difference between economy and price action. So exactly. Stock market doesn't represent economy. That is what I'm trying to get at here. There's definitely a disconnect between the two. So we would have had a recession if things continued at that rate. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Didn't. Everybody wanted to scream recession. Instead of saying we should be buying low and selling high, go ahead and go farm my videos from the beginning of April. The very first live stream I ever joined MyFunded TV was me saying to get long and buy the dip. That was when they were screaming recession. So look at where you'd be on those purchases if you did. So we need to make a recession indicator. Somebody code an indicator where when there's an influx in the word recession on social media, that those provide buy signals. So somebody code an indicator for increased recession conversations on social media. So the market's made to go higher. We have always gone higher over time, hence the new all-time highs. So being a bear in this market, short-lived. Ash, what is your favorite and highest probability setup? So my favorite setup would be a bullish setup. One, because the market is made to go higher. Two, I would like to see price tap into a daily bullish FEG or sweep a swing low. When that occurs, I would like to see bullish SMT happen at that location. Then during New York Open, I would like to see a bullish unicorn form for me to take advantage of. So it's the logic that's provided to the decision making along with the entry model. Having a clear bias on the daily, being aligned with higher time frame order flow, having a Kraken correlation, throw equal highs in there, having a clear draw on liquidity, and then during New York Open, getting a long opportunity. That's what I would call a high probability situation. Alrighty, chat. So my time has come to an end. Just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone. Once again, I greatly appreciate everybody's time. All the people that continue to keep showing up and participating, getting to go over all these questions and information. It's providing a lot of repetition. It's providing a lot of value that we get to keep going over daily.
Listen to the man. Hello. Hey there. Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That's completely okay.
I'm
Chat,
sorry.
let's welcome Tom up on the stage. Tom,
Hey
what's
there.
up? How are you doing today?
Doing all good. Everything is great. I'm really sorry I interrupted you there. I just wanted to say that listen to Ash, everybody. I always love to tune in for your segment. I used to stream like at this time of the day, but always providing lots of value. Tell me, did you take a trade on this move? Because I wasn't really tuned in from the beginning. But any trades today for you?
So no trades today. I had a position yesterday. We longed on NQ during my segment here on MyFundedTV. That position provided another withdrawal for me. So
Nice.
Today I was actually waiting for the withdrawal to be processed. I was more interested in just throwing the money in the bank account and getting it out of the trading account. We did watch a short position on NQ during New York Open.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not something that I executed because I was most interested in getting that money into my bank account.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Guys, if you see the money, take the money. That's what I always say. So see the money, take the money. That's it.
I fully agree with you. Doesn't matter what the dollar amount is, if you're available for a withdrawal, take it, because the harsh reality is when you go ahead and blow up that entire account the next day, you're going to be sitting there saying, "Oh, I wish I took the withdrawal." Instead of worrying about the drawdown afterwards, just take it one step at a time. When you're available for a withdrawal, take it.
Absolutely. 100% agree with that. Yeah, 100%.
So what does chat have to look forward to for your segment?
Well, as usual, I'm gonna use this time to reassess, rethink what's happened, and as always, going into some good topics regarding psychology, the mental game of trading and stuff. So I have some good topics, but I'm gonna break down the day from my perspective as well. And yeah, I mean, this time of the day is perfect to realign our minds a little bit, to focus on what's coming in the PM session maybe or tomorrow. But yeah, I think it's best to do that at this segment.
Very good. Well, I also want to say thank you to you too. It's very appreciated with the amount of time that you take out of your day, showing up to do these live streams every single week, answering questions, doing giveaways.
Well, we all do
providing
that.
value.
I mean,
it's greatly
everybody's doing the
appreciated.
same thing. You know, every host, including yourself, everybody's giving such an amazing information and value. So I think MyFundedFutures, and MyFunded TV is absolutely. I mean, nobody else gives so many info at the same time. You know, I think I 100% know this. That everybody's giving a lot here. Not just, MyFunded TV with all the giveaways and all the values with you guys, including you and everyone, all the hosts. That's why I love the positive vibes here. So that's it.
I agree. Well, I'm going to pass the mic over to you. I hope
right.
you have a great day, and thank you once again.
Thank you. Have a good one. All right.
Have a nice day.
You too. You too. All right. Here we are. Here we are, chat. Thank you so much again to Ash. Amazing values as always. And amazing information. Thanks again. You know, I stream usually from 9:30 until 11, but as soon as I can, I hop into to MyFunded TV and listen to Ash because lots of valuable information. I'd like to welcome everybody again and saying hello to the chat and to MyFundedFutures hosts, the mods, everybody. Good to be back. Full with energy, right? All right. So what happened today? I hope everybody is swimming in the green. All right. Lots of dollar amount of profit. Okay. Dollars, profits everywhere. If you accidentally blow up an account, don't worry. It's still Wednesday. You know, we can still correct something here. We're going to talk about that. Welcome. Hello. So many names. I'm just going to say hello to everybody. So, and I'd like to thank again the opportunity to MyFunded TV to keeping this channel so positive because there's lots of value and information. But let's break down the technical stuff, okay? From what happened since the London session, because sideways market as far as we can look at this, right? So sideways market. This is the 5-minute chart. And of course, you guys know I'm streaming in London session too. This week, I would say that throughout the past few months, like 2 or 3 months, this week was maybe my slowest week so far. So, my setups were not really there all the time. I'm kind of watching the 5-minute charts most likely because the summertime tendencies used to bring some sideways action. I think that's what I see. But so far, not too many trades, like 1 or 2 trades throughout the sessions. Or maybe this week I took like 3 trades or 3 trades. And it's Wednesday. And I'm trading the London and the New York sessions too. So I was going crazy a little bit on evaluation accounts, sir. But that's a different thing. But on the funded stage, I'm kind of slow right now. But anyway, since the London session, let me zoom out. I must say that there is a, you guys know that I like the zones. And there was a demand zone or bullish order block that happened yesterday during the Asia session, I would say. So like this is a proper Asia session order block or supply zone. Started yesterday, 8:50 on the 5-minute chart. And I left everything here because we talked about this with the chat on the streams, and it just went down, sweat some liquidity, pushed higher, multiple market structure shifts here, multiple shifts. So that kind of looked great for a possible target, right? So let's just leave it there and we will see how it got back down there. Also, like during the London session, well, it pretty much just went sideways. Pre-London session. The range here was absolutely, yeah, it's even bad to look at it. How much was it again? Oh my God, 10 points. Yeah, it's absolutely bad. So anyway, there was a bullish push here, also a 5-minute demand zone. Look at this push on the 5-minute chart. And this is 2 a.m. London session, 2:20 actually. And these are the things that I'm looking all the time. So bearish candle, pushing higher, multiple market structure shifts, and that's all good. And at this area, let me just what's the time here? 3:20. I'm just giving you some examples of what I'm looking for, because I'm kind of explaining every day what's my bread and butter in trading and what I'm technically looking for. So this here gave us an opportunity to short the market back to this 5-minute level. Now, obviously, it's not the biggest trade of all, but it gives you like a positive risk to reward ratio, 1.3, 1.4, depending on where you put the stop loss. So, and that's the issue sometimes with the London session, especially now in summertime, that the moves, like this was 10 points, 11 points, right? So obviously it could be kind of boring, especially when you're looking for something else. But that was the only thing that we could look for in London. So let me go back to the 5-minute chart. Later, right at the 7 a.m. kill zone start, it actually destroyed this 5-minute demand zone completely. And then we went down at the market open to this one that we outlined earlier. Actually, the only thing I tried to do here is just scalp the market back to this 5-minute bearish order block up here. Now, this is the 1-minute chart, so don't worry, I'm going to go up. But this here, actually, I'm going to go to the 5-minute right now. I'm sorry, I'm switching the chart all the time. But yeah, so these two bullish candles, 9:15 and 9:20. Now, these two candles for me are my go-to levels. So when the market actually shifted down here and took out this demand zone, I went down to the 1-minute chart and I made a mistake. I mean, not a big mistake, but entered the trade based on intuition, most likely. You know, I started to anticipate that on this sharp reversal, we should be going back to the zone. And obviously, I mean, I was holding the trade here, like almost at my TP level, then reversed on me. So I had to close it with a stop. I mean, manually, I closed it with, well, somewhat a small loss. But since then, I'm just kind of waiting and waiting to see if there's going to be a possible reversal. There was a level here, this inversion gap, that still is providing support for this move. If you're asking me what's the draw on liquidity currently, I would say there's a clean path to go up 30 points and at least tag the 238. That's what I would be saying. So gun to my head, it's bullish, and 238 is what I think it should go to, at least on this day. On the downside, I don't see anything, by the way, that I'm interested in. Even if it starts to, you know, waterfall down, I'm just not going to chase it. So maybe if it gives a proper entry, maybe I can jump in for a scalp, but I'll be watching. Anyway, that was the technical side. That was the technical side that I think is somewhat important to understand, because, you know, I always try to explain what I'm looking for in the current market conditions. And so I'll just go down to the 1-minute chart here. I'm just curious if we can have a displacement to somewhere above 218. Should we or could we jump in to a possible long position for a scalp? We'll wait and see. Okay, that's what I think. All right. Okay. If you have questions about the technical side here or anything else about risk management, let me know. I have some good topics as well. Okay. And again, good to see everybody. I'm sorry I wasn't reading the chat. Yeah, not a good. Yeah, the market, it's not optimal. That's true. It's not an optimal market right now. I never liked the fact that, you know, we start the 10 a.m. hour here and it's just going sideways. And it was quite scary. So I was hesitating to enter to a long position based on this inversion gap. I didn't. Maybe, yeah, I know I should have, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. It was a little bit scary still. So patience pays, right? That's what it's all about. Yeah. All right. Let's let's dive into this. Let's dive into this. Let me just read something. All right. All is good. So I do have some topics. Jay, how do you decide which market to trade, ES or NQ every day? What you look for? Well, it's very simple. I'm not trading the ES, so I don't have to decide too much on this one. I'm watching the ES because everybody's, I mean, yeah, obviously they go hand in hand most of the time, but I'm not really stick around, of course. I'm not really. Last time I traded, I think I made 1 or 2 trades this year on ES, maybe 2 trades throughout this year, and I'm not really trading it. I'm watching it, I'm observing it, like what's happening, what's it doing, especially when we went to those all-time highs. I always kept saying that ES was so strong on that push upside that I think sometimes you need to anticipate the move, and in that case, ES was the driver, NQ was shotgun, so that was the only reason I was watching it. And in terms of SMT, everybody I know loves SMT. I'm not really trading with I'm not using the SMT technique or concepts from ICT. I do see it, but you know. Roman Arts, tomorrow I'm driving to Mediterranean. Oh, really? Awesome. Well, it's, summertime. You need to. You just have to. You just need to. You got to enjoy the summer. That's how it goes. And yeah. So I'm not trading the ES. We're going to do that too. Well, in this market condition, well, maybe next time. This price action is poo-poo. Let's just say it's a little bit poo-poo. But we're here to learn a little bit about risk management, to talk about the same stuff from different angles, and, to gain some confidence and, learn the mindset game of trading. That's why we're here. So I also have a good topic here, and I think it's super important. There's going to be somewhat similar things in this, but it's just important. And it's about context. Okay. So trading without context is like driving blindfolded. How about that? I think it's an amazing topic for today. You got to learn about context. What are we looking for throughout the day? And obviously we're going to go back to the analysis, like what we need to do all the time before we start the trade. So what is the context, or should we just say what is your forecast or pre-analysis before the market starts to move? If you sit down to trade at 9:30, obviously you should be doing your analysis by the market open, like at 9 a.m. or whatever, depending on what session you're trading. Okay. So let's just talk about this, because you need to understand what's happening in the big picture as well. Now, I told you guys many times that I'm using the 1 hour chart as my higher time frame. That doesn't mean we're not looking into the 4 hour charts or not looking into the daily charts, right? But what does this has to do with the mindset? Don't worry, we're gonna go there. So I would say this topic is more likely about, like, would you floor down on the highway with your windshield blacked out? So then why are you trading setups without knowing what the market is even doing? I think there's a great resemblance on this. Like, would you floor down on the highway with a broken windshield or blacked out? Obviously not, right? I mean, just with a broken windshield, maybe. But you're not doing it. So that's why we need the context. All right. Kirk. Hello, Kirk. Good to see you. All right. All I can tell you, Yash, stick around. That's all I can tell you. Okay. So higher time frame is very helpful. Oh, definitely. definitely. 6MGS, I 100% agree. Obviously, you're not. We are day trading. We are trading in a session, London, New York, whatever. We have a small window to execute our trades. I mean, and on my end, my window is about 2 hours in the London session and somewhat 2 hours in the New York AM session, because I'm not really trading the PM session. So my trading window is somewhere around 2 hours, and that is it. I don't want to sit like through the whole session, like from 7 a.m. kill zone all the way until lunch hour or PM session. That's just not something I'm looking for. So obviously, in that window, we definitely still need to look the higher time frames. I mean, 1 hour, 4 hour daily, we need to see the bigger picture. But I'm not just talking about the technical stuff. All right. Okay. So there are some key points to this. Okay. First of all, I would say context is king, right? Context could be, I mean, it's your analysis. The context could be a certain level that you're looking for. So I just switched to the 15-minute time frame, but it could be a certain level that you're looking for. What I'm looking for, and that's why I'm going to use my example, what I'm looking for when I sit down to trade is targets. I need to see those levels. Where is the draw on liquidity? That's the name of the game, right? You're looking all the time. I mean, looking through the time frames from daily to the 5-minute. Of course, we all do that. Those levels that I'm looking for are anywhere between the 5-minute all the way up until the 1 hour chart. Obviously, if I see a very strong level on the 4 hour, that's also something we need to look into. If you see a very strong, for example, a zone or a fair value gap, you can also take it to context. Because obviously, not to mention the new day opening gaps, or if there's a liquidity void on the higher time frames. These are all levels that could be very interesting if you're looking at the highest time frame or higher time frames, and comes into play. And that's why you need to line up all these things. I mean, you need to draw these things on your charts. But in this example, what I do is just, put my levels on, put the zones onto the chart, and I go from there. That's where I start. And that's why I'm saying, like, context is king, but setups are just the foot soldiers. Okay? So in my perspective, the context is, where are those levels that I'm looking for? What are those zones that I'm looking for? So one level was here. The other level is right here. So I do have the context, the target. And the setup is just foot soldiers. Okay. A pattern means nothing without understanding where you are in the bigger picture. So you can see I'm using the 2022 entry model. I told you guys many times. If I take all the ICT 2022 entries, which I see even just on the 5-minute charts, obviously I would be doomed to fail within the day, because even if you're using a bigger risk to reward, there's a very low probability, especially on a trending day. You have a bigger chance on a range day that you're going to come out in the positive side of this. So obviously, seeing the pattern is not enough. All right. Context basically equals of what the market is doing. Like, are we trending? Are we ranging? Do we have volatility? Do we have structure? Right. And that's why I was still hesitating. Wow. Just a second. I think we are breaking this level here. Let me just put a line. Here. Okay. So there was a market structure shift here. Let me put this. Okay. Bullish market structure shift or continuation. Actually, it's not a shift. I would call this a continuation, but it's a very good sign. I'm sorry, I just had to stop here for a second because I think we're pretty much going into that supply zone right now. So, hey, Liam, what's up? And everybody, who are all these new people? Yeah. So, so yeah, context. Sorry, I was just watching this 1 minute chart. I'm not gonna take this trade. The range is too tight. 10 points is definitely in the cards. If you guys want to risk it for the biscuit, it's not financial advice. Obviously, it's up to you. But I have a very strong feeling that we should be hitting the 238 soon. Anyway, so context. Trading without context is like playing poker blind. You're just, hoping, not reading the table. You're hoping that you will get a good, what's this doing? You were hoping that you will get good hands and that's it. But otherwise, it's just not worth it. So what does it look like actually? And what am I really talking about? Are we in an uptrend, downtrend, or range? You got to identify when you're drawing your lines out there, like zones, supply demand zones, whatever it is that you're looking for, fair value gaps, trend lines. You got to identify what is the day doing right now. Are we going sideways or not? Are we near a key level? For example, the VWAP or previous day high or low, or major fib levels. Now, I'm not trading the VWAP. I'm not trading the fibs or pivot points. I'm not using those. But if you guys are using the fibs or the pivot points, nothing wrong. You got to put those levels on there. You got to see the context. And I'm not saying to overcomplicate. There you go. 238 just been hit. Nice. Next target would be the top of the zone. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's going. It's happening. It's happening. What is going on? Can somebody confirm this? Was there some kind of a news or something? What was this? Nice little spike here. All right. Let me know. I told you to enter. Oh, I didn't. Trump is tweeting something. All right. There you go. Guys, MyFunded TV is giving you hints. All right. TP hit. Let's go. Congratulations if you guys scalped this. All right. So context could be the VWAP, previous day high or low, fib levels, pivot points, whatever. Put that onto the chart. Okay, you got to see the big picture. Or how are the broader markets moving, like ES, how the dollar index is moving, for example. Obviously, we're looking at other markets too. You can look at the Magic 7, how the big stocks are moving. So, watching and seeing what is happening in the bigger picture. Everybody is watching the ES, I know. Everybody who trades NQ is definitely watching the ES. But if you're looking at other markets too, that's never a bad decision, right? Is it a Monday chop or maybe a Thursday momentum? Like if yesterday we were having a choppy day, maybe today or tomorrow is going to be the trend day. So that's why it's also important to learn more about the market structure and how the days of the week or weeks are look like. What is usually the high of the week? What is usually the low of the week? I know there's topics and there's lectures about this on ICT's channel as well, by the way. So that's why it's important too. Is it an FOMC week or NFT Friday? All these things are creating the context for trading, right? So what happens, by the way, when you're ignoring the context? Many bad things are happening. Maybe you're taking your A+ setups and I would say in dirty conditions. NQ likes to play dirty, right? Maybe you're seeing your A++ setup in a range day and you just keep taking it. Worst case scenario on the 1 minute chart, and you just keep yourself being chopped up. And that's something that's really going to destroy your account. So ignoring those days, I mean, you can still trade on those days, but even if you see your A+ setup, you definitely need to size down, right? All right. So also, like, you scalp reversals into trending markets. We are always looking for reversals, by the way, right? I would say I like the ranging days or ranging markets, not specifically the those kind of ranging days when we're just hovering in like a 20 points range on NQ. But if the 4 hour is ranging, that is really something I like to trade, because the levels are somewhat in a respectable distance from each other. So there are some good targets. But if the market is trending, especially on the 4 hour and the daily chart, is going to make you a lot of issues and problems. So you're trying to go for those reversal scalp trades maybe on a trending day. That is also ignoring the context. And that's why, by looking on the daily and the 4 hour charts for a possible breakout or break of structure, or even repricing a fair value gap, there could be a bounce happening, which could be good if you're trading reversals, or if there's a bigger correction, it can just slice you into pieces, because obviously they're trying to, for example, if it's a sell-off, like it happened in April, like you just keep on buying and you just keep adding to your positions, or just keep opening buy positions for what? It's just not going to work out. You got to see the context, right? You short on a double top, but it's actually is going to break out and make new highs. We've seen that happening. So, or you revenge trade because you're lost and not because your plan told you to act, right? We all do that. Revenge trade is only because we cannot accept the fact that we lost. We just cannot accept the fact that we lost. What was happening? Did we go? Are we at 18K? Is it happening? Are we at 18K? Oh my gosh. That is awesome. Everybody, call your neighbors and friends, high school friends, teachers, everybody that you can reach. Subscribe to MyFunded TV. That's the goal. Congratulations, by the way, 18K. Let's go. I like it. I like it. Okay, so as I was saying, lots of things can happen if you ignore the context of the day. All right. Again, let me summarize this. You look for your levels, weave up, previous day highs and lows, fibs, fair value gaps, order blocks, whatever it is, just put it there, and most likely try to, not just on the 1 minute, but try to look for these levels, especially fair value gaps or order blocks, or, I mean, look for the 15-minute chart, look for the 30-minute, 1 hour chart. It's going to help you a lot to make your decision of what to do throughout the day. And don't ignore those days when on an NFT Friday, lots of manipulation, especially in the London session. Even if you see your A+ setup, just be careful. Those are the days, FOMC day and NFP Fridays, like you got to size down your position. That's it. There's no way around it. Okay. So, and by the way, how to build this into your daily routine, right? I mean, you got to build this up somehow. What's up? Hey, Tao, what's happening? Okay. By the way, any questions? Let me know. If you have questions about risk management, the context, or technical setup, or whatever, let me know. I'm happily trying to give all the answers. Kwong, good to see you. Mr. Smith, hello. Delada is not here right now, but don't worry, we will have it. All right. Next goal is 20K. All right. By the end of my segment, we need to reach 20K. Thank you. We like that. That Lada is a great car, by the way. We had actually 2 when I was a kid. Great car. I know. So how to build this up as a routine? It's very simple, actually. Do your pre-market preparations, like do your analysis, marking up the zones, check out the news. That has to be a daily routine. That has to be part of your daily routine, trading wise. Like, obviously, setting up a daily routine is not just about the analysis and the chart work. Daily routine begins at the moment you wake up. Like, obviously, have breakfast, maybe even meditate, read the news, whatever. Everybody has different routine, but it has to be part of your morning routine. Whenever is your training, Asia session, London, New York, whatever. So mark up the zones, check the news, macro overview. Obviously, we all need that. If you're missing this out and you're just opening the 1 minute time frame and just guessing, maybe not the thing that you're looking for. It maybe takes a few minutes. I'm not. It's happening. It's happening, everybody. It's happening. 25 free 50K scale accounts. Gift from Magnus. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 50K scale accounts. Thank you, Magnus, so much. The music was awesome. This was awesome. It was awesome. Thank you, Magnus. Come on, everyone. Come on. I want to see who's got it. Not found. Come on. Didn't work. No. Oh, that was awesome. I love the music, man. This was cool. Not found. Come on. Who's got it? Got it. Okay, so we have people who got it. Awesome. Congratulations to the winners. Come on. They are simply limited. Exactly. So imagine 25 users are already on the checkout page or reset page. Checkout page in this case. Got to act fast, Got to act very fast. Good job to the winners. Exactly. That was awesome. The music was emotional, right? It is. Weebob got it. Okay, finally. Okay. I love this. And so, nice. Look at gold. All right, quick look at gold. Jeez, what is happening on gold? It's tanking. Previous day low has been taken officially. And by the way, speaking of gold, look at that. We have outlined the 3,400 level here This was a 1 hour order block / demand zone. Look at how easily it has been taken out. Even if I go, it has been actually free falling. Oh my God, no retracement. Almost impossible to catch this one. There was a 5-minute zone as well. It just went through. No stopping. Interesting. I don't know. I got to check the news. Congratulations again to the winners. Don't give up, Ricardo. Come on, man. Okay, so let's just, go on with this. Go on with the context topic because it's important. So it might going to take a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. That's the maximum. It's kind of like a storytelling. And you got to remember this. Building up your context with your levels, it's kind of like a storytelling, aka tape reading. Read the story. What happened? Read the chart. Read the story. Okay, price went up there, swept liquidity, then pushed it all the way down, swept all the liquidity from this fair value gap, then created a bullish order block, pushed it higher, actually created an Asia high. So throughout the London session, it actually tapped and taken out the Asia high. Great. We left with this 5-minute demand zone. And so next target could be going lower. Obviously, there was another level, by the way, up there, the 285. I was looking for that level since yesterday. I think you guys remember. Yesterday, here on My Funded TV, we outlined the 285.25. And look at that. Proof is in the streams. We talked about this level yesterday, live here on the stream. 285.25. That was a very significant zone there if you go down to the 1 minute. So anyway, you do the tape reading, storytelling. It's better for those of you who only sit down to trade at the New York Open because you're already seeing what happened since yesterday in the Asia session, London session. And that's why I agree 100% with the theory that setups are definitely easier to see and understand the drawn liquidity in the New York session. That's my personal opinion, by the way, about this. So oh yeah, Coop. You close on 15% tariff deal. Okay. Thank you for the info, Coop. Thank you. Seems like the buy side liquidity area you had marked up would have been a nice short. Is there a reason you didn't? Yeah, the reason is I didn't do the back testing. That's the main reason. Maybe I should do the back testing, but it's going to take a lot of time. There are some there is a strategy. By the way, I had a mentor back in 2021, a very nice guy. He was actually using the zones as entries, but I have reverse engineered the whole thing. So I'm using it as targets, but he used it as entries. And he used the he called it 3-pin entry. So the 3-pin entry is basically nothing special. It's just you're just looking at the top wick, for example, this candle, and you're just looking at those 3 candles as a structure. So forget about the previous candles or whatever. You're just looking at the top candle here with the wick, and you're looking at those 3 candles there. And all he did is basically he was just entering the market at the break of that structure. So he put the stop loss there, and he just put on a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. That's the way he was trading it. And guess what? There was another entry here. Like, for example, here. So you can put a limit order. This is the highest candle. There's the market. That's the limit order there. And boom, look at that. So yes, there is a way to trade it. I'm not saying it's not possible. I was like more likely using it for targets. But yeah, you can. You can. That was a good question, by the way. So yes, you can use the zones as entry levels, but you still need, so you're in the zone, you still need your entry model. What are you going to use? Okay, and you need to do the backtesting. I actually didn't really do too much backtesting about this because I was looking for the ICT entry and that I'm still using. So I'm confident about that, but why not? Okay, so as I said, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to do the tape reading, to do the storytelling to yourself. And, you got to ask the questions like before the market open, like what has the market been trying to do? Is it succeeding? Did it take out those levels that you were looking for? For example, here, it's actually, I think it's some way it's beautiful to see what it does. I mean, London session did not manage to take out that 285. And then it went down. Beautiful sweep. And then higher. You can say that this is random or whatever. I'm not debating anyone. But it's still kind of, it's somewhat art, right? I don't know. But anyway, you always have to ask, where's the cleanest story today? Very, very important question. Where is the cleanest story today? What is the best story for today? You can ask that too. The best story is I'd like to see the 5-minute demand zone being broken. There you go. It happened. Obviously, it was a very fast move. Or the best story for the rest of the session is to see price slowly grinding back up there into that 5-minute zone, depending on what you're looking for, right? Or is the market choppy today? Obviously, sit on your hands. Is it trending? Find the pullback. Or is it ranging? I would say fade the edges. So it's up to you. Obviously, there is money to be made in a ranging market as well. And why is this important? I would say that a pattern with no context is just a trap with extra confirmation, right? A pattern with no context is just a trap with extra confirmation. So you can have the best entry model if you're not recognizing, like, where exactly are you at that day or at that session right now. How's the market look like in the big picture? Looking at other markets, the levels and everything. Is it a FOMC day, NFP day, whatever? You got to ask the same questions every week. And then you can actually go down and do the proper risk management. I'm not saying you shouldn't take a trade, but since the only control we have is on risk management, the only thing we can do is maybe take a small risk entry, especially on an NFP Friday, just to use it as an example, right? Yeah. If you have questions about this, let me know. Hey, Sudip, good to see you. What's happening? All right. So that's why context is important, in my opinion. Understanding what the market is doing, what is really happening. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I also wanted to talk about a little bit about the about these A+ setups, because I know everybody's looking for the A++ setups every single day, and that's why context was important, to recognize how the market right now is behaving, what is happening actually in the market. If you're always looking for the A++ setups, that's awesome. But if you're taking the A+ setup on the wrong day, it can still fail, right? So what does it really mean? You saw the setup, it matched your rules, you took it and failed. Was it the setup, really? or was it just the wrong day to trade it? Right? What is your entry model? Are you looking to enter on a trading day or a ranging day? Right? All these new questions are coming from these setups, or sorry, from about everything is relating back to context. Okay, is what I want to say, which is super important, I think. So A+ setups also need, by the way, A+ context. A great setup is just one piece of a puzzle. What is happening, by the way? We're repricing this move completely. And by the way, looking at this chart on the 5-minute, it's exactly telling me that there is no more story to tell today on this market. It's done officially. The AM session with this lunch hour move, was it in the lunch hour? Yeah, technically, yes, almost. It's done. That was the official finish of this whole AM session. What happens next? I have no idea. I would rather see it go down, and if it swept these highs, why not just go down and take the lows? That's my idea. So anyway, A+ setups and context. As I was saying, a great setup is just a piece of the puzzle. If the market environment doesn't support it, it can fall apart. All right. Think of your setup like a sailboat. It needs wind to move, right? And obviously, if there is no volume and everything is just, if the context is not there, what context do you need for your setup? If it's not there, obviously the sailboat is not going to go anywhere. It's going to be floating there in your position, and you're chopping yourself up, on maybe even on A++ setups, And what does really a wrong day mean? Like low volatility, unclear trend and structure, holiday weeks, FOMC chop, or you're maybe trading against a higher time frame bias, right? And that's the problem. Like you finally find your entry model, your setup, and that's also a common mistake, by the way. That's a common mistake, especially from new traders. And obviously, sometimes I also fall into the same trap. And what is that common mistake? Drum roll, actually. Traders fall in love with the setup. That's what's happening. Huge mistake, by the way. You finally see ICT coming up with the new ICT concept number 227, which is called, I don't even know, some fancy name. You absolutely fall in love with it. Cool. I respect ICT, by the way, for the lectures. Thank you so much. Lots of free stuff. I need to say that because I know a lot of people are using that. But you fall in love with the setup, whatever it is, you see something new that you think it's going to work. And obviously, it might not even work out if you're forcing it, even when you're seeing that A+ entry, but you keep forgetting about the context. Just because it worked yesterday doesn't mean that it's going to work today when the context is changing, right? Pattern recognition can become a trap when you ignore the conditions, all right? So ignore the context. Again, we're just circling back to the context again. Just because yesterday was a trending day, just because yesterday the market respected the VWAP. I don't even know how to say it properly. I'm gonna say VWAP. I'm gonna make a T-shirt that's gonna say VWAP with a baseball cap. I don't care. I like it. I like to say VWAP. So just because yesterday the market was respecting the VWAP, it doesn't mean that it's gonna happen today. All right, or the pivot points, obviously. But anyway. Pattern recognition, right? So how to adapt? I would say that start your day by asking yourself, is this a high probability environment for my system, right? Or is it not? Are those levels that I'm looking for, are those levels are there? So when I open up a chart, most likely in the London session, first time of the day for me, I immediately start looking for the zones. If I don't see a zone, I can actually sit back and relax, like, okay, fine, there's nothing to do here. Awesome. I mean, maybe not awesome, but that gives me, actually the pressure goes off when I don't see those zones. Like, okay, there's nothing to do. Why should I force myself into anything? So obviously, ask yourself, is this a high probability environment for your system? Don't force the setups. Wait for everything to line up. Okay. Market structure, momentum, volatility, news events, whatever it is that you're looking for. All right. For example, you might see a clean breakout pattern, but if volume is light, no follow through, right? So you're seeing this one breaking out here. For example, you were waiting for a breakout because you wanted to go for a previous day high. I mean, now it's not a good example because volume was good here. But still, if there's not enough volume, it could be just a trap for buyers. So just an example. But final thought about this is that great setups only work when the market is in the mood to follow through. If it's not, the best play is no trade, right? That's what I think. That's what I think. Let me know if you have questions about this. Louis, Tom, do you think has more potential to grow expert account or pro account? Pro account. My vote is going for the pro account. Honestly, I started to study the details, and wow, the pro account is basically like technically almost every freedom that you need in trading. I mean, it's the closest that you can get, right? Pro account. Yes, I know it's a little bit maybe pricier than a core account, but you want to drive a luxury car or just a beater? I don't know. Sorry, I just got. Do you want to drive a Lada or a Rolls Royce? Do you want to drive a Lada or a BMW 7 Series or a Lambo? Actually, that's good. Pro account is the Lambo. Actually, the core account is not a Lada. The Lada is a great car, by the way. I almost said core account. Core account is, by the way, absolutely good. It also has every feature you need. If you're trading small, small, you have everything you need on the core account. I just actually bought yesterday 2 core accounts. I'm going to buy a pro account myself today. It has everything that we need. I was actually very excited about these new updates. So, and by the way, Lada, it's a great car, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I see. I only have less than 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes from my segment. I just want to say, if you have questions, let me know. I'll be happy to answer. I think we covered this topic very good. I mean, the context, understanding why is it important, why the context is important, not just the A++ setups. Time flies, as always, Abhishek. I'm sticking around. I'm lurking in the background. Don't worry. So I just want to say that I think it was very important to talk about this. We can talk all day about the A+ setups, but you have to understand the bigger picture of what you are really looking for in terms of levels, big picture context, Exactly. So, you're welcome, Ricky. Yeah. So yeah, it's just not going to work out without that. And also, whatever it is that you're looking for, like swing high, swing low, fair value gap, pivot point, then I would say you have to start with that throughout the day. I mean, sorry, before you start trading, just do that I mean, that extra 5 to 10 minutes, draw your levels, do the tape reading before you start the session. Let it be just the London Open or a New York Open. All right. That's what most important. Hey, Adrian, what's up? Guerra DTM, welcome. Weewup. Weewup. I see the Rocket Scooter fam is lining up here. Thank you, JY. I really hope that you guys like these topics. I think these are crucial. We need to talk about this every single day, every single week, because it's also repetitive, just like the trading setups that we're looking for. In day trading, there's no stopping in learning, and we need to repeat also the learning curve as well. Almost every day, depending on what you're looking for. I truly believe that psychology and risk management is the key to success in trading. Whether if you're trading with an indicator or any other tool that's helping you to forecast the market, whatever it is, ICT concepts, trend lines, you guys know the drill. Anything can make you money, but only when you respect risk management, okay? Only with discipline. That's how it works. So it's not working without that. And by the way, I keep saying that, indicators. 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, I was still an ICT cult member. I was saying, oh, you cannot make money with indicators. Yes, you can. You can make money with indicators. I know indicators are actually showing information from the past, but again, it all comes down to risk management. Okay, that is it. The Rocket family is here. Awesome. The Rocket family is here. The segment should be the VWAP time. Maybe. Matt is coming. Most likely. Yeah, so he's coming. Stick around. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, listen to Matt. He has lots of valuable information. So, and before Matt comes around in the final seconds, I just want to say that I really enjoyed it here again. I love the positive vibes. I love giving all this thoughts to you guys. I think these are super crucial, and that's how we can use my segment, to pump ourselves up emotionally, like really, whether if you're in drawdown or if you're in profit, just, be here at MyFunded TV, because lots of value from everyone. Hopefully Matt did the 10K day. I really hope so. We need some inspiration, especially on days like this, So I just want to say this was awesome. And obviously stick around, stick around for Matt. He's our man. If he can, yeah, no one can. I truly believe that. 100%. Oh yeah. And throw some W's in the chat for Matt when he comes in. Thanks again, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, Pigeon. Yeah, so I have some good topics for tomorrow, yes. And here's the man himself. Hey there. We got used to Matt being muted, but now he's still. Almost. Get ready.
Sorry about that. It doesn't saving my settings. I have to make sure I do this in the back end here.
It's cool, guys. It's cool. So I hope you have the 10K day today.
I hope so too. How was your day? Did you do all right?
Yeah, somewhat all right. Small green, but basically just sitting on the sidelines. I was just keep telling that this week for me is absolutely slow, but at least I'm happy that I wasn't really pushing too hard. So I was just sitting on the sidelines most likely. Yeah. Anyway,
that is pretty smart. Choppy week, volatile week. We've got earnings coming up. Big earnings today. It's It's going to be like that for a while.
Oh, yeah. All right. Chat, again, thank you for having me, and stick around with Matt. Listen to him. And Matt, thanks again. Have a good segment. Have a good stream, and see you next time. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, everybody. No, Mike, I can see it now. Yeah. Welcome to the afternoon show. Lunch Money with Matt. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Tom. Get some love and chat for Tom there. Always good vibes coming in here and catching the end of his segment. So I finish up my stream in the morning. Today's been a pretty stellar day. I managed to, I think I'm 7,000 something across all my accounts here. Not too terribly bad. Things were great. It was all long setups out the door. It was a pretty solid day. We are key critical VIX level. I know I've been screaming this number at you guys for a couple of days, but I'm gonna start off the show by telling y'all, hey, what's up? What's up, friends? How y'all doing? Oh, rocking the chat. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'll do me a favor and smash the like button. Yep, all longs today. And I'm actually noticing that I think that the delay on the chat is probably 20 seconds or so. Because I just mentioned, I just saw your thing. So I did do some longs this morning. And it's pretty good. But talk about really quick, just kind of justifying what's going on, right? Every time you roll over VIX futures around VIX monthly options expiration's a trick, third Wednesday of the month. I draw one level, and that one level is of utmost importance to pay attention to. That one level is crucial to understanding the state of the entire month. Now, we are absolutely touching that level right now, and VIX is somewhat rejecting it. And this is what I want to see happen by the end of the day. If the market's going to sustain being more and more bullish, this needs to be below here and in the decay pattern. However, we got earnings, like big earnings week, right? This week, next week, big earnings are starting. And because of that, we might not actually get a strong, solid bull market like we did before. Because VIX is in this current structure that we're in, and VVIX is finally starting to tail up a little bit because VIX is starting to expand. We're starting to see if we get a bounce off of this, volatility is going to be back. Now, we just got this bump up on the US, the trade deal with Europe, which is kind of like why we got the bump. On my stream, almost everybody was long. I'd already closed out with profits, so I missed out on that big, lovely up candle. But on my stream, almost everybody was long. And most people that were long, I think, closed out right at the top because they're too smart to know that this isn't a rally day. This is chop day, earnings day. We're going to revert to mid. You got Google and Tesla earnings. There's not really a lot of with the earnings coming up, there's really not a lot of trending direction that we're going to see. As a matter of fact, what I believe with the state of the VIX being the way that it is, unless VIX gets to a more stable spot, that the actual market is going to be megaphoning for a couple of weeks. What do I mean by megaphoning? It means we're going to be finding like higher highs and also lower lows inside of a range. What does that mean for like what today is looking at? Well, we're kind of near the middle. And when I tell people when market's likely megaphoning, meaning that you have an expanding VIX and the market's going to become more volatile and be sensitive to earnings, what that usually means is I don't think we're going to get like a big continual rally. I think that the companies are going to be hit or miss due to the tariffs. So I'm going to bet that we have a consolidating month, meaning that whatever you want to do, and I tell people when VIX is in a certain way and it's going to be volatile, whatever you want to happen will happen. Now tell yourself, this is the best piece of advice I can give in this type of environment. Whatever you want to happen will happen. Man, I want to buy the dip. Sure, you'll get one. Man, I want to short the top. Yeah, you'll get one. You're absolutely going to get one. Everything that you want to happen is going to happen, which is great. So wait for it. This is the greatest advice you'll ever have in a volatile market. Wait for it. Whatever pivot you want, it'll touch it at some point. Whatever high you want to short from, yeah, it'll get there at some point. But what you don't do is make big game-changing decisions from the middle. This is the worst thing you can do. Because if it's that volatile megaphone month, we will pass through the middle so many times before the market decides what it wants to do, before it rallies or whatever. The last thing you want to do is sit there and have a headache for a month to go nowhere. All right. So my trick is when I think we're going to have this craziness where maybe 2 or 3 days might be down, 2 or 3 days might be up, and we might just be kind of like sustaining a bigger range. You can kind of see that it's still sort of trending higher, but we might get some breakout highs that sell off for the day and sell off for the day and consolidate, then sell off and do this. We might get something like this because earnings. And it's not going to be nice and trending. It's going to be the market's just chilling. And then when you pop very quick on earnings, or in this example today, tariff stuff, that's what volatility is. The market's not rallying on a trend. It's just responding to the volatility. And now it's back to where it started, right? So as traders, we're better. We know better than that. I think everybody from my chat, I was actually on the sidelines by the time that happened. I had some runners, but I just went ahead and closed them out with profit. But how many people from my stream that were trading? Quick question, because we can't give you investment advice or anything. But how many of you guys were trading, right? And you had this liquidity pocket, which is a nice bull setup, and the market did this. How many of you, just throw some rocket in chat if this was you, literally close out at the top because you're too smart to know that that's going to start a rally right before big earnings starts? Did y'all make some money on that and close out at the top? That's my question. Have I trained you guys well enough to make sure that when that happens, you're not thinking that that's the big rally, right? Okay. Cool. Right. I wasn't in a trade. I just kind of watched from the sidelines. But when that happens, anytime I get a big volatile spiky candle where I get 40 free points on the NASDAQ or 10 free points on the S&P, I just take the profit. The last thing you want to do is like hold through this and then watch it whittle its way back down. Sure, tariff news is bullish, but usually when markets are volatile, whatever you want to see happen is going to happen. Somebody wants to short the pop, there you go, it happened. Somebody wanted to buy the dip, there you go, it happened. Everything's going to happen. That's the best part about volatile markets. Every pivot you draw on your chart, you're going to touch it. That's the best part. Pick a pivot. You're going to touch all of them at some point. So wait for them, right? All of my trades today follow that same principle. VIX is above that key level, 1841. VIX futures for this month, I tell you guys, that's a critical level. I did nothing out the door except for my standard trade that I tell you guys every day. My favorite trade is liquidity pocket. I longed here. I doubled down there. Closed out. We fell a second time. I longed there, built some positions there, closed out, and I was done. The market dipped. I added one contract and one account. That was my runner, and it got there, and I closed out, and I missed out on this. But hey, I attacked this all day. Liquidity pocket, my bread and butter trade, my favorite trade I do. I bet on liquidity, and market's got plenty of it here. NASDAQ is kind of like the weird one of the two. Let's talk about S&P first, right? So S&P is very nice and bullish. Everything's bullish still in general. Nothing's bearish yet. Our bull bear ratio bias is 80%. 80% of the stocks in the S&P are still bullish. My monthly map tool, which looks 3 months into the future, the options landscape, it's still bullish, dark gray across the board, bullish. We're good, right? Things are looking steady and solid there. Monthly gamma exposure, we're trading above this key level, 627.5 on SPY, bullish, bullish, bullish. All three are bullish. So market's not bearish, right? So I'm not out there trying to short or fade the market like it's going to sell off. I'm there trying to find dips to buy. Now, SPY is clean right now. Let me QQQ. NASDAQ is the one that's kind of a little choppy. NASDAQ did open bullish. Its liquidity map is bullish. There's still green arrows pointing up, so it's still bullish-ish from here. But we have some places to play at. When the market does look like this and I have places to play at, I know I got a couple of really good setups. This is an A+ setup to long from, and the ratio is greater than half, and so is this. This is also an A+ trade to make. It's a bigger trade also due to that. So I can take any one of these trades, scalp there, or long hold big. So this particular trade, I long one, long another, close it out. Same thing, a long one, long another, close it out. But also this one, in case it does rally, one will get me 80 points in NASDAQ if I get it. So I'm basically trying to aim for a long here, 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 and here. I got 5 options. Oh my gosh, what do I do? Well, when this happens, you get happy, you get excited because most of them are going to work statistically. Sometimes they won't. This one has worked 2 times in a row. That's good. My stats and my back test tell me if markets are bullish, you're usually going to stay the course unless there's news or something that changes the course. So I can very easily bet that we're going to stay in a bull zone. But if we lose that, I've got scalps the whole way down. So how would I behave if I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 options in the NASDAQ of 40 points each? This is pretty wide, right? So what I usually do, and I've done this pretty much the entirety of my prop tenure to a high degree of success. What I do is I trade all of them by splitting up my risk, right? So I might put one of my accounts there, or 1 to 2 of my accounts. Let's just kind of say, pretend that I got 20 to play with. 20. How would I do this? I've got to pivot from here, 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 here. Pick one. Well, this market's random. It's probably going to pivot somewhere, but I don't know which one, but they're all really strong. This is a liquidity pocket that's always very strong. This is a liquidity pocket that's always really strong. And boy, monthly hedge pressure, that's really, really strong. So anywhere in here, the market's going to dip up somewhere. So let me just Play all the hands. Let me up my odds. Let me long with 2 of my accounts there. Pretend I have 20. 2 of them there. 2 of them there. 4 of them there. Right? So that's 8. That's 14. And that's 20. Do you notice what I did here? If the market falls there and rallies, I made something in some of my accounts. If the market falls there and dips down, then I stop out on 2. 2 of them are red, and maybe 2 of them are green. Now I'm 2 red, 2 green. It balances out. What if these 2 stop? Now I'm 4 red, and these 2 take off, making double what those lost. This is like 8. That's like 4. That's a green day. Something unpredictable, but in the end is right. It's a Green Day. It's a Green Day reference. LOL. You see what I'm saying? Because I can size in more accounts, this one moves double. Each one of these loses 40, 40, 40, 40, and each one of those makes 80. 4 of them make 80. 4 of them lose 40. You see how this works? So whenever you split your risk, you can play all the hands together. And the fact that I can add bigger, bigger, bigger as I go, it's very rare that you break high probability, high probability, high probability. You just break all of them without news. Because there's no news, I can take stabs at all of them and take bigger stabs. And on that particular example, again, account management is a very good secret to be in the prop game. It's not a martingale. It's not throwing darts until I win. It's I have multiple options. Which one can I take? The fact that I'm staging in my risk stronger where there's a more pile up there. Ideally, I'd love for the market to crash. These 2 accounts take a little bit of loss, and maybe I scalp. Each time I get the profit target, I remove the account from the bucket, and I've got my red ones that I can cycle in way back at the end. If these 2 take a little bit of a loss and the market continues to fall to my other strong pivots, then those I can add right back in at the last point and take a second trade and maybe work them back to green. So by the end of the day, if you watched on my stream today, this was a mixed blend of I made profit in 2, then I was down in 2, then I made profit in 4, then I was up in all, and then I just basically worked them all individually to get back up by splitting out the risk. It's a very cool trick. And my trades today were right out the door. Market fell to my bull zone. I longed with a couple. We hit half gap. I closed out. My indicators were not bullish. This was negative. So I took profit there. I made a little bit in a couple of the accounts. Market fell to there. I longed in some of the accounts, 2 of them. Market fell to there. I doubled down in a couple of them. And then I added a few more to the mix. And then I took some off the table in the first 2. And then I added a couple more accounts there. So these had a smaller position. These were hitting hard. And then it went up and I closed on all of it and they were green. For a little bit, they were red. Market, actually I longed to there, closed out. I longed again, played around, trimmed out. Went to there, closed out again. And so I'm rotating accounts in and out, and I'm never copy trading all of them at once. And what that has always done is been very crucial to keeping my success rate very high. Because in a real account, I'd be doing the same thing. If I have 3 high volume pivots nearby, then I can maybe, if my budget was to trade 5 E-minis total, then I might choose, instead of throwing all 5 E-minis at one pivot, why not be smart and say, let me throw 1 at that pivot, 1 at that pivot, and then 3 at that pivot, and then stop out of all of it there. That way, if I make something, I at least make something. But if I take huge drawdowns to some of my stronger pivots, it's not really that brutal because it's 1 contract rather than 5 all in. So as a trader, you get cost basis management is one of the key principles of making money in markets. And when you know the market's volatile, like it was today, and you know to play it, you tell yourself, whatever I want, it's going to get there. Totally, that makes sense. Whatever I want, it's going to get there. Whatever one of these pivots I want, it's going to get there. It's volatile. It's going to chop all over the place. So I want a long there. Heck, I want a long there. Okay, so I've got accounts ready to hit each one of those pivots. Hopefully that helps out. Splitting your risk up is a very key component to being good at this. Alrighty. So how you guys been? You guys are being very nice in chat. I was reading somebody else saying, some people said, with the new accounts, there's no reason to trade some of the other prop firms anymore. So you guys are liking the new accounts, huh? Pretty cool. Very, very, very cool. Tired, Matt. You guys are tired? Was today like a tired day? Trumpet your stop loss. Oh, you were shorting? Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks, right? Sometimes no matter how good of a trader you are, you get beaten up by the orange man. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens. It's part of it. Part of the game is you're kind of like trying to dodge Trump tweets. Like if the market's quiet for too long in this environment, I always feel nervous. You know what I mean? I'll sit here and be trading and I'll look at it and I'll say, man, we haven't heard from Trump in a while. Something's going to happen. This morning, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, it's a quiet day, quiet news week. We don't have really much coming out. I think the S&P global numbers come out. Some PMIs come out tomorrow. I think tomorrow. I was like, other than that, slow news week, maybe big earnings today. And then I'm like, okay, nothing really big. Man, it's quiet. I bet you Trump's going to start talking about tariffs again. You know what I mean? It's like the market schedules in the news, schedules in the drama. Like, okay, Israel, that was last week. You got, Fed this week. Tariff. Oh, we need to put the tariffs. Let's get you in. Trump, you want to come in next week? Wall Street's like organizing with Trump. We need some drama today for Wednesday. I got it. I'll tweet something. We're good. But yeah. So the new accounts you guys like, was it going to draw down the transition into trading NQ from NQ? Neocan, I don't understand your question. To trading NQ from NQ. That'll make any sense. Expert is, are you talking about the pros? Every 14 calendar days. 14 calendar days for payout on the pros. Yeah. Looking forward to August. Yeah, August is going to be much better, right? July is kind of still going to be blah. New accounts are dope. You like them the best of the 5 accounts at 100K cap. Right. It's on the pro side is very exciting. The 80-20 is meh, but not a huge negative. Overall, the new accounts are great. Yeah, and let me talk about that really quick, right? So on the surface, it's easy to read a prop firm's offerings on the surface and be like, man, I don't like that. But let's kind of have some reality, like a reality check on something. Imagine, and I always use this kind of example. So each of the account is going to have a different response to the 80-20. Now imagine you're trading the pros, right? And you used to have 90% on a 25% soft cap. Clearly 80% of 100K is much better if you make it there. And that's really where it counts. And like if I were to draw a pie chart, if you're getting max payouts, you're doing it right. So whether you're going to be fighting for an extra, let's see, 6K or so difference at the end after taxes, is really about 6K once you take taxes out. The difference between the 80% and the 90%, if you get max payout, is only about a 6K difference. Because it's, 40% off or 37% off of the 10K difference. So the best of the best traders are only going to be out like $6,000, or you get an extra value from the extra thing. Well, yeah, you get extra accounts. People don't understand that when you get extra accounts to trade, the whole thing I'm telling you today is how I'm making money in props because I cycle my accounts. Every additional prop I have increases my odds exponentially of winning something. When there's a prop firm out there that has a big sale and it's like load up, whatever percent off, I'll load up. And it's not like I'm trying to put all 20 or 10 or whatever accounts together and trade them all at once. I'm like, great, I got 10 accounts. 2 of them are here, 3 of them are here, 5 of them are there. And maybe 2 of them make money, maybe 3 of them, maybe all of them make money, or maybe just the 5 and the first 5 were sacrifices. More accounts is value. And I tell people this, right? The fact that you get more accounts is value. You're going to have a higher probability of getting a payout in general because you can trade extra accounts. This is what I'm telling people. And the amount of value that's tucked into that, is it a $6,000 difference at the high end? Well, imagine you're trading the core. The difference between your $1,000 payout on the core, 80-10 versus 90, 80-20 versus 90-10, is only $100 difference, right? 10 extra percent is $100 less of a payout. And of course, we're talking taxes. This is going to be even less than that. So your $1,000 payout is really $600 after taxes and the fee of you paying, and actually minus the $77 and the taxes, it's roughly like $530, right? And so the difference between your payout split of 80% and 90% there, 10% is only $53 per thousand. And so people are like stinking about this, and I'm like, even the people making the smaller payouts, at the end of the day, it's a $50 difference. Are you getting $50 extra of value with 2 extra accounts? You're getting thousands of dollars of value. And this is what people don't see. Take it from me, a person that has made a tremendous amount of money trading real accounts and prop accounts. The way to game the prop system is by having multiple accounts and splitting your risk. The prop firms don't understand this, or they understand this. The fact that you get more accounts is a huge bargain. That's how I able to turn all of them green. Some of them didn't make a lot. Those are the sacrifices at the start of the day. And then the ones at the end of the day are the ones that made money. At the end of the day, all that matters is you're making money. Are you profiting from the endeavor? So that the big kind of debate on that 80-20 doesn't really affect anybody unless you've made all the money. And then if you're making 100K, do you care about 6K? No, nobody does. If I'm making that much money, sim trading, oh my God, I'm excited. Like the opportunity is there. So ideally, like when I started trading, I had to throw real money into this and lose tens of thousands of dollars in a real account. The fact that you can paper trade and make anything, I tell you, I'm the old guy in the room. The fact you can paper trade and make anything is like crazy spoiled. Like traders are spoiled these days. I love all of the accounts. The accounts are great. If you read the fine print, they're fantastic. The fact that you get more accounts is many times $50 worth of value. You kidding me? The fact that you get, like, if you can get fewer days to pay out or more accounts to trade, your probability of success goes through the roof for that extra little fee they take on your payout. So don't balk at that. Take it from me. Having more accounts to spread your risk out is incredibly valuable. There is value in everything in a prop firm. So make sure you don't just read the surface level and say, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Understand the quicker to pay out, tremendous value. Like if a firm was like, I'll give you 5 days to pay out. Another one says, I'll give you 4 days to pay out. You know how much I'd pay for that one fewer day to pay out? I'd pay double the price for the account. One of them was $200 and one of them was $400 for an extra day. People might say, I don't want the $400 one, but I'm like, but you get one more day to pay out. That's huge. Every day is a chance to lose the whole thing. If I can get there a day quicker, I'll pay double the price, right? So what's different for me is I'm valuing all the parts of it. You have to do the same. When I heard they're giving you more accounts and then they're making your fat stack payout on the pro bigger, and then the scaling is better on the lower end ones like core and the scale plan. You can scale out payments that are slightly bigger. Then you got to ask yourself, it's 80% split on a bigger payout. It's roughly similar. It's not a big deal. And so I like to see it as, all the other benefits are actually more than worth it. So if you guys want my opinion on all of that stuff, I think it's great. And all the accounts look really good. So core is great for rookies like you. Somebody said, yeah, it's cheap, right? For 70, and think about this, like $77 for end of the day drawdown with no DLL and no consistency when funded. Imagine going out there paying for another firm's 90% off sale with a $200 activation fee, and you got $200 for an account that's got trailing drawdown on it. You kidding me? This is like the MyFunded's like offerings are a gold mine. And I think that people are like out there, you got to read into it. And I got to tell you, this is why I joined my funded team, is because the offerings are really good. And I do like the new accounts. I think they're great. And okay, payout cap is nice, right? And micro scalping is allowed now. Yeah, they got rid of that rule, I heard. Core starter. So basically they have core, scale, and pro. And the major difference between all of them is really how you get paid. Like core has like your $1,000 payouts you can take. Starter has like scale has like a scaling payout system. And then pro is like a lump sum payout. You want to aim for like those big 6-figure payout kind of thing, 5-figure payouts. Pro is where you want to go. And basically you're just paying for more payout. And that's kind of where the difference is. Core is unbelievable value. Yeah, right. The core is absolutely cool, I think. I think the idea that you have a sub $100 account that's end of the day drawdown on its own is fantastic. End of the day drawdown is usually pretty expensive because trailing drawdowns are the ones that are cheap. And you got quote unquote other prop firms trailing drawdown accounts for like $200. You're getting a sub 100 account with end of the day with also no DL and consistency. That's great. To me, I think that's great. For people that are trying to do the prop thing, it's good. It's a really good place to be. End of the day drawdown is fantastic because it's a static account throughout the day and then draws once a day after market close. And you usually couldn't get those for less than $100. It's a great way to practice because trailing drawdown will just absolutely wreck your face. It's not the easiest account to trade, but used to, the only thing you can get for cheap was the trailing drawdowns. So the fact that they came in with the sub $100, sub $75, 77, whatever it is actually pretty cool. And you put in coupon, I got a coupon, they got a coupon, you get in, come in under $77 with whatever discount you get. Okay. Yeah. And somebody says static drawdown is the best. Like in general, static's the easiest of all the accounts, but they're also very expensive usually by definition. The harder the account is, usually the cheaper it is. And so static is great. MyFunded doesn't have a static, but an end of the day drawdown is like a static throughout the day. It resets once a day on the long haul. So you're not battling a trailing drawdown. That's really the difference. So end of the day is like that really good happy medium for new traders. I like it. It's cheaper than a static, but it's also kind of like a static. What are you guys reading? I'm reading something here. Hold on. Start with core. Somebody said get better, get some scale, then grow from there and get some pro accounts. Yeah, K-Spec is a good plan. Yeah, core is a great place to get started. Yeah. The end of the day, it's so cheap, it's underappreciated for a lot. Yeah, right. Good point. Anywhere else, like you said, is several $100 after the activation fees, right? For trailing. And trailing is just a nightmare. Like nobody wants to deal with trailing. I don't touch trailing drawdown accounts. You couldn't pay me to trade those things. An account that like moves up and I'm like up $10,000, but all of a sudden I draw down 2,000. I'm still up $8,000, but I bust the account. What? Like, what kind of nonsense is that? That's just like, hey, by the way, just give me your money. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose when you win. Let's just make weird expectations for traders. Let's punish you for winning the wrong way. Like what? Like this is not real trading. So yeah, avoid those trailing drawdowns as much as you can. Those are absolute nonsense, right? But yeah, I'm very impressed that MyFunded came out with such good offerings. And people don't understand. You guys know me as a math guy. Every additional account you can buy is huge risk to the company. So clearly, if they're going to add you more, let you trade more accounts, you can. Let's think of it from a prop firm perspective, right? If you trade more accounts, you can martingale those accounts, luck your way into win. So it's bigger risk to them. So if they give more, every prop firm that gives you something amazing, there's always like a balancing act, and it's not a bad thing. Clearly, you want everything to work well, but you really just want to get a payout if you trade well. And that's really what it is. And the fact that you get more accounts is tremendous value. People aren't putting a monetary value to it, but I'll tell you his personal perspective as a trader, tremendous value being able to trade a few more accounts. You can get lucky with a couple more by just continuing to buy the dip and spreading out your risk. So huge change. And I think they're great. That's just me though. Somebody said, show me your P&L, whip it out. Yeah, that's a song I play on my stream. If you guys come later to my stream, I'll play the whip it out song. It's really funny. So yeah, this is my accounts today. I am pretty much green across the board. One of my accounts is like negative $43. But as you see, the fact that they're all scaled differently is because I'm attacking all my strong pivots at different places. And it's a really good trick, especially if you guys are trying to get used to like, trading different areas. I use a completely different system than a lot of people. I find high volume pivots and I long at each one of them. I play every single hand that looks good. And when I get 4 that stack up nearby, I can play all 4 of them, which is kind of nice. That's basically it. I'm just kind of chilling, waiting to see if I get anything better to trade. Market's nice and bullish. There's nothing really bearish about today. Things are clean. We got that big bump up off of the tariff stuff, and we're still continuing to push higher. With bigger earnings coming out, you got to be careful, right? Oh, and let me demonstrate something pretty cool because it did happen today. If you guys want a cool place to watch earnings, I use this free resource called Zacks, ZACKS.com/earnings. It gives you your earnings calendar. It gives you the ability to sort them by market cap. So every day you can see like, okay, what are the big guys today? Up, Google and Tesla, IBM, T-Mobile. Okay, that's big. All after market. Okay. I can see what are big days and small days just by clicking through the days. So today, right, we've got big earnings after market, Google and Tesla. The first thing I like to do is kind of see where the market was. Why I was buying the dip is because usually when a stock has earnings, especially the bigger ones, the stock itself is not going to find a big directional move into earnings. It might just play the range and kind of stay near the middle so that it can kind of have room to move. And Tesla opened bullish, and Tesla was sitting at small bull pivots. And Google was also falling and setting at really strong bull pivots. So when all the bigger stocks have earnings today came down here, my bet too long was like, Google's probably not going to crash into its earnings. Wait, I see my name, Matt. Wait, what's somebody saying, Matt? Hold on. What else saying in chat? Am I muted again? Matt, what are y'all saying? Why are y'all saying my name? Did I miss something? You're all asking me a question. Usually people are shouting Matt at me whenever I'm muted. Of course, Matt. Okay. Who usually says the following? The market is dropping. Something else might be dropping. Oh, MyFunded said that. Okay, my bad. See, I scrolled up. I saw it. Okay. All right. You guys are like 30 seconds in the past from me. All right, let's get ready for this. All right, let me get ready here. Okay, so another cool thing that happened today. Remember when I told you guys, and that key thing I told you, write this on a sticky note, put it by your desk. Remember this, that when VIX is above, VX futures is above 1841, it's a static level for the month, that the market's going to have unusual volatility, like asymmetric volume profile and all that. I told you guys, I'll have a cheat sheet to show you. I got the cheat sheet here. When VIX is in that, you have two different modes of trading. Here's an example of there's a pivot that I usually will trade on, and here's another example. The condition of the VIX is above that key level or below the key level. Let's talk about below the key level first. When VIX is below the key level, the market's cleaner. You'll fall to a strong pivot where there will be volume, and you'll have a nice parabolic volume distribution around the level. Nice and clean. Bull market's usually like that, right? But now we got a crazy market where the market VIX is above the key level, wider swings and craziness. So what you'll normally see is the market's going to kind of like undershoot and overshoot your pivots and chop around a little bit at your strong pivot. And also you'll get this like asymmetric sporadic volume. It's not like a nice clean wave. And today's a great example of that. I can go into the market understanding that my pivots aren't going to be clean and sharp and expect a little bit of overshoot. Here's a really strong high volume pivot that I had today. This one, and you might see something interesting about it because number one, just like the handout said, it did undershoot, it did hit, it did overshoot, it did all of those things. And also, as you're interacting with the pivot, the volume is just kind of like chaotic and sporadic. It's not a nice clean parabola around the pivot. It's not just a strong wave of liquidity at the pivot. This is expected when VIX is doing that. And it's just so neat when I teach you guys something. I remember I was talking about this like 2 days ago, I think on Monday. And you can see that there's just that exact thing from the handout happening at the pivot. And it's going to be choppy and weird. And you can anticipate that. So, and when I'm trading, I can anticipate that and like behave accordingly, right? Cool, cool, cool. We're going to check VIX. I use Thinkorswim and I just do /VX. On Trading View, I think it's VX exclamation point. Don't quote me on it, but somebody here might know. You're checking VIX futures is really, it's not VIX, it's the VIX futures. There's a little special thing about VIX futures at that level. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, Rocket Studio platform, we can check the VIX. We don't have VIX futures data on our platform, unfortunately. You can get it from a couple places, though. Thinkorswim or Trading View. Somebody says 10,000 views. I think they're talking about 10,000 total views. Hopefully we can get there. We've been pushing 8,000 plus, which has been really nice. Total views per stream, per My Funded show. You can say that, honestly, since tuning into My Funded TV, your knowledge has increased significantly and expect your trading as well. Genuinely, thank you, My Funded Futures. We'll appreciate you coming to the stream, man. I'm glad. I love teaching. I love dropping knowledge and helping you guys learn a little bit. Is it VX1 exclamation point? So Steve threw it in there. So that's your Trading View. Your Trading View ticker. Thank you. VX1 exclamation point. Thank you. Thank you. They're typing it in for you guys. VXN for NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ also has a VIX ticker as well. It's VXN is what it is. Yeah. Somebody says, and see 18K subscribers for MFFU. Congratulations. Very, very awesome growth on this channel. And by the way, yesterday I hit 30,000 subscribers on my channel. So I want to thank you guys as well. Some of you guys probably found me through this, and so I really appreciate that. We're growing across the board. Everybody is. Okay. Is Trading View Pro worth it? I think so. I mean, I've always had a Trading View, even though I don't really use it anymore. I just never cancel it. I've always had a Trading View Pro subscription. It's good. I use it overnight on occasion to take a look at the global markets. Like I'll look at, like, if things are going crazy around the world, I'll look at like the DAX and the FTSE and, like, you know, Shanghai Composite and things like that. I got all my tickers lined up so I can scroll through other futures markets. You can get the they have CFD data feeds so that you can watch live futures globally, which is kind of nice. If you're trading the Asian session, European session, TradingView Pro is great because it's going to give you the access to those data feeds. And actually, I don't even think you need the Pro version to have those data feeds. I think the free one, you can probably still access the CFD feeds because they're not subscription data feeds. They're not US exchanges. The CFD ones mimic the US feeds, which is kind of nice. It does. Oh, the problem with VX1, it doesn't show the rollover move. Oh, because VX1, I guess, is the front month contract. Yeah. So you'll have to like know what it is on the day before and then write it down and then, okay. So VX1 is just front month showing. That makes sense. Or is it continuous? Is it the continuous contract? Well, continuous will show the rollovers then. The continuous will have it, but it doesn't roll over at that date. I bet you just picks a day to roll over. That's probably what you guys are saying. I don't use TradingView for it. I use Thinkorswim. So our event when we do that calculation is the Tuesday before Wednesday expiration for fixed options. So that's the day I do the rollover calc. So are the old accounts 1 day to pass? Are you talking about the old MyFunded accounts? If there's no consistency, it's 1 day. So like the expert would have been like 1 day. Turn on the B adjust on TradingView, as Bill Barbie said. Yeah, this is what I remember somebody saying that. You can adjust these things. Look at Bill Barbie teaching you guys all the good stuff here. So this is I learned something today. Very cool. All right. So this day is pretty choppy. I don't really have much to say. I don't think we're selling off. I don't think we're rallying. I don't really think anything. I don't have much of an opinion about today. The market is extremely balanced. Let me just refresh my platform here just to double check that things are all right. I looked like I was disconnected. Things are still okay. So NASDAQ is kind of like flipped the script a little bit. Let me talk about what I see today. A key break point is looking at this white line that I'm circling at the bottom of my screen. Can y'all see it? This white line right here. Let me just lower this to full screen. Y'all can see a little bit more. This white line right here is like, it's a gap fill predictor we made at Rocket Scooter, which uses the flux inside of the gap space, the redistribution zone. We open and close on every stock, and we watch all of them in one gulp. This white line is telling me the majority of the market cap of each index, S&P on the top, NASDAQ at the bottom. And the way that you read this, let's talk about NASDAQ first and foremost. NASDAQ just crossed the barrier below zero. If NASDAQ resilience is below zero, then NASDAQ futures are likely to stay there. Do you guys see how NASDAQ futures are having a hard time breaking out of this? Because the stocks themselves are not filling their gaps this way. Everything that gapped down, right, or up, whatever, or is down on the downside, the bottom side of this box. So NASDAQ is actually pulling lower here, while S&P is still positive. S&P is pushing higher up. You have a little bit of discrepancy. So while NASDAQ is hitting this midpoint and trying to sell off, that's because the stocks are doing that. Resilience is an early warning sign, as you see. It went negative about 3 minutes ago while it was still ticking up. And as you see, the index started pulling back to follow the stocks. This resilience, I designed it as a leading indicator to watch the stocks in real time. And as you see on this green candle, as it's ticking up and looking like it's rallying, the stocks gave us the evidence it was pulling back. It's a very cool tool that I use when trading futures. Now, S&P is a different story because S&P is still positive. S&P is supporting the middle. And as the S&P has been positive all day, S&P has been supporting the middle all day as well. So while the S&P is solid to the bull side, NASDAQ is kind of not looking so hot to the bull side, which is why the S&P is pushing up a little higher and why the NASDAQ is pushing down a little bit. Isn't that pretty cool? Hopefully you guys like that. So I use this tool. So like, what's the answer, right? If the market is, if one's pointing up, one's pointing down, what's the right answer? The right answer I usually take is that the S&P calls the shots. It's a more diversified index. So the S&P, if the S&P is good, then it's likely to keep the NASDAQ from crashing. But again, I trade the index that is in front of me. And NASDAQ, if I was long, that's why I really wasn't taking big longs all inside of here, because I know I've got resistance off of here. As a matter of fact, my little text note should say resistance because it's less than zero. So because that is less than 0, I've got a little bit of resistance there. The R&R to the upside is not so great. Now, I'm not shorting this, right? But I am cautioning a long off of here because it's going to have a hard time breaking until this number gets better. But yeah, I can see that, right? Pretty cool. Hopefully you guys like my tools are all very different. They're unique in the space. So watching the flux of the market cap in its gap space, its redistribution zone, and using it as a leading indicator was just like a little shower thought I had, like an idea that would be useful to help me decide if the index fills the gap or not. See, NASDAQ opened up and filled its gap immediately because this line was negative. The stocks were selling off. The stocks were gapping down. And so the index got ahead of itself and it just jumped right back in place to track the stocks. And NASDAQ never really got much better. And now it's getting worse very quickly. This doesn't mean it's going to sell off. But what it does mean is that when I see that, I can draw a big X right here and say NASDAQ's not likely to go to the top of the box. It doesn't mean I'm going to be bearish. It just means the NASDAQ is going to be like bumping into resistance all morning or afternoon until this gets better, until some of the stocks pick up a bit, right? So anyways, that's my cool little tool that I have. And a lot of my tools when I'm trading, hold on one second. Okay. So like basically today, if you look on my screen here, NASDAQ, I don't think NASDAQ's going to drop any further than here. I don't think it's going to rally any further than here. But the idea is it could drop very quickly. If you're not paying attention, it can drop on you. Sometimes it can be good. Sometimes it can be bad. I don't know. I don't know.
Funded TV, the crowds in line, dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh, lights are flashing, prices rain. Hope is calling out your name. Click and claim it.
Wait, they're giving away 30, 50K scale accounts. Dang, scale's good. I like the scale. The payment scaling on that's really, really nice. They've been like super generous since these account changes came out. That's really cool. Very cool. Wow. Good job. You guys make some, y'all get some wins there. Did y'all grab some? Very nice. Very nice. No pros ever. Oh, come on. Hey, I got some pros to give away, by the way. I have some this afternoon and maybe tomorrow to give away, by the way. You guys stop by. They gave you guys 30. Very nice. Very nice. Congrats to the winners. You got one? You got one? Very cool gift. Thank you guys, MyFunded. I am super excited to see the community grab some. And by the way, my glasses, I don't know if you can see these. Let me zoom in right here. I don't know if you can see this. Let me put something dark behind it. Yeah, there you go. You can see it right here. There's a little scratch on these glasses. And every time I buy a pair of glasses, I always buy two. I know I'm bougie like that, but it doesn't matter. I always want a second pair because in case I scratch one, I'm so particular about not seeing a scratch. I need another one. So these got scratched when my computer fried itself and I had to build a new computer. I hit this thing right here. I turned my head real quick and I smacked into it. So that got this one scratched. So I had another pair. I was wearing my other backup pair. Well, I get a new pair of these. And yesterday, I left them on the ground or in reach of Pickle. And yesterday, Pickle completely destroyed my glasses. Such a bad dog. We were outside and we came back inside. I went for a walk. We come back in. And my glasses, my other ones were mangled. Pickle would just chew them and scratch the lens. Like he went to town like it was a bone. Bad boy. So now I've got two pairs of glasses with scratches in them. That's the story of my life. Wait, is that what happens with you and glasses? Do you have a dog that your dog? I saw you guys' picture of y'all's dogs when you were posting them. Did your dog eat up your glass? I swear, like I cannot leave anything on the ground because that dog has such separation anxiety. The moment we're gone, he goes crazy, and it's not like he's just like whines at the door like most dogs. He punishes us anytime that we leave and we leave him there, and there's something of ours of value. He will go out of his way to literally destroy it. And I think it's because it smells like us. I don't know. But he doesn't ever chew up anything when we're here. Like, iDoc lost a pair of Chanel shoes She lost a really expensive pair of sunglasses. I've lost a pair of running shoes. I've lost my new I just bought a new TV, brand new TV, and my remote got eaten up the first day. They knock them off your hand all the time. Yeah, can't wear glasses around your dog. It's horrible. So now I've got one of my glasses completely got mangled. How's Pickle alive after that? He's too adorable to be mad at, but I was pretty mad. We're gonna have to send him to obedience school pretty soon. He's getting a little unruly. And teach him how to not chew up on stuff. But dachshunds, they like to nibble. They like to chew on things. All right. Gonna get that payout. You guys could train him. Yeah, that's the thing now. So we're gonna enroll him into obedience school. He's gonna get a PhD in behaving. That's like hopefully. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Cool. Yeah. If Matt goes short, it's a good chance maybe because Pickles, yeah, like Pickles, I'm blind. I can't see the market anymore. Then I'm shorting. It's getting to the time where you might see me shorting and longing a little bit more. There's a lot of opportunities here. Again, I make a habit of not shorting any bull market. If the market's falling, I try to wait for liquidity to buy it. And I don't really say we're in a bear market until one of my 3 major indicators turns bearish. And then I start thinking, okay, it's probably coming. I need all 3 of them to be bearish for me to be a solid bear. But in general, I need this to be negative or this orange line to be negative for when I can finally start taking shorts. I don't take shorts against either one of those, which has kind of kept me from pushing the short button much. I think in the last 3 months, I might have only shorted like 1 time, maybe 2 times. No, I did. I shorted 1 time recently. Very, 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 very rarely. And I shorted against that indicator and I was trying to pass some evals really quick. And I said, this is a 50-50 coin flip. Terrible trade, but I'll take the short anyways. But yep, that's it. That's kind of what I've been up to. Can you please elaborate on why you track VX futures over VIX? Aha, there's a trick, right? VIX is an index, right? We've always looked at VIX, but there are some tricks you can get out of anything with futures. VIX is an index, right? That measures, an index is just a calculation that just measures the equation looks at this period of SPX options, right? And it's measuring the supply and demand of the options over time. And it gives you this, its index number. And VIX has a constant value, but VIX futures has a tracking mechanism that's tracking the underlying VIX, but it also can trade on its own. And also futures has its own mechanic of its own supply and demand apart from the thing that it's tracking. So again, if VIX is the supply and demand of the options in the SPX, VX also encompasses that supply and demand of the options, but it's also its own supply and demand of its own contract. So there's 2 layers of supply and demand. People can speculate on the changes of supply and demand by getting in and get out of the VIX. And VIX futures also trade on a monthly increment, so you're going to have contango and backwardation effects as well. Anything, just like why the index itself can contain just information about the price of the stocks, but the index futures contain all kind of extra information. There's all kind of mechanical things that are keeping the futures market in check that are actually preventing this from tracking or getting off track too far. Futures have these like mechanical elements to kind of peg the price to the underlying spot price. So right inside of here, I'm going to tell you guys that if you're looking at VIX futures itself will have the ability to have its own supply and demand that you can actually look at. And when you have contango effects, which is what we look for in this exact time of the month where we roll over into new VIX options month, you can look at the contango between VIX of the previous month and VIX of the current month and see if people are overpricing and underpricing volatility. And then you can use VIX futures to give you additional information about the state of volatility in the market. Pretty cool, right? So VIX has its own time of the month, as somebody is saying in chat, which is actually pretty funny. We have 8 minutes left. Okay, so many questions for me. So an example is one of the cool things you can do with it is right here. Hold on. Is if you go to VIX futures, you can see that each individual contract is actually trying to price in the value of the VIX at expiration. The previous month contract we're trading August right now was July. July is trying to price in the value of the VIX at its expiration. And then the August contract has a little bit of contango built into it, where the price of the current month or the front month is slightly less than the forward month. We call it contango. So the backwards month ended here, and the current front month is August. The forward month stepped forward to become the front month. We rolled over into a contract that was priced slightly higher. Both of these are trying to guess the price of the VIX at different points in time. July and August are trading at the same time, but July is trying to guess what July's VIX is, and August is trying to guess what August's VIX is at expiration. They expire a month apart. So they're both going to be trading at different values, and if one of them goes up, the other one's going to go up, but there's going to be a discrepancy between the two, right? So when they do that, the idea is one of them is pricing in a different point in time than the other. That time difference effect is pricing in just like anything else is pricing in the futures market ahead of time. So you get additional information of people forecasting the VIX on future events in the futures themselves as well. Whereas VIX is just the current spot price of the index itself, which is just the now value. It's the difference between like oil spot price. Like if I call my buddy with a tanker and say, hey, I need 10,000 barrels of oil, he'll give me a price at the moment. But if I say I want to go to the futures market and buy oil contracts for delivery for November expiration, then I'm actually buying oil at a price that's pricing in the value in November. So the idea that you have two different values in time, the time effect is built into futures ahead of time, because time is now packaged into futures contracts. You get a whole lot of information at the futures VIX, or VIX futures, than you do just the VIX itself. VIX itself doesn't really mean much. I don't use it for much. I look for changes in the VIX contract itself to give me a little bit extra information. So right now, what this is actually telling me is that last month we were pricing in a little bit extra volatility for August than we were the current month, because VIX in the forward month was like 2 points higher. So the estimate is that VIX should go up 2 additional points over the course of the month. Now, what VIX futures are telling me is that in the middle of the two, a magic thing happens. In the middle of the 2 price points, right exactly in the middle, is going to be a testing area where the market will ask, did it overprice or underprice volatility for the month a month ago, right? Most of this contango was built in the past. An example would be, say that like Trump is supposed to, imagine right now, oops, let me get rid of these little squigglies here. Imagine right now we're trading in August, and August is trading like this. Pretend that in September, I'm going to make up something. In September, Trump is going to have a huge trade meeting with China. Okay, Trump, and we'll say in September. Okay, we clearly know on the calendar that something big is going to happen in September, and also something big that can cause chaos in the market. Something really, 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 really big, something really, 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 really volatile, right? The fact that we know what's happening in September, people are going to start to position for the outcome of the September event. They're going to try to get in early or not get in early, get in early on positioning, buy options at that time, buy options 2 months out. Oh man, it's a coin flip like 2 months out. So because of that, if the 2 contracts were sort of trading together, then all of a sudden today, Trump announced, hey, there's going to be a meeting in September. Well, the August contract will likely tail up a little bit, but the September contract would tail up a whole bunch more, because there's a lot more variance of the one when the event is that contract than the current one. This contract will expire in August. It'll completely not be inconsequential to even care about what happens in September. So the idea is the reason these contracts drift from each other because they're pricing in moments in time that you might see on the calendar. And then what happens if you get to September And then Trump goes, well, we worked it out. There's no meeting anymore. Well, that VIX was overpriced. And what happens is, just like any kind of contango, the market will always test the middle. And if you hold the middle, then the market is underpriced the volatility. It should have been more. If you lose the middle, you overprice it and usually decays for the course of the month. Now, what we're seeing right now is that the market is now in what I call the safe zone. The volatility has now passed its test, and we are pretty good as long as we stay here. Now, just be careful, because this is earnings season. We got like Google today, Tesla today, a lot of earnings coming out. And because earnings are coming out, you're going to see some possible craziness. But every single day that we see VIX below here, you can expect market to be a little cleaner, a little less volatile, a little less choppy. And you can even see on my chart right now the night and day difference of the two. And I want you guys, before I close out here, to tell me you see this. Do you all see, I'm going to draw this in white. Do you all see the difference here? The volatility is the amount of Ving that you see on the market versus the amount of volatility that you see here. Again, let me get rid of the circles. Can everybody tell me, at least from that lesson, do you notice a difference between how it's chopping there versus how it's chopping there? Y'all notice the difference? Can y'all see it's pretty obvious? Can y'all see that? Just everybody in chat, quick. And there's a delay in chat here. That's because of this. That's literally that. That's why it's so important. Boy, that volatility cleaned up so quick, didn't it? Right? Pretty neat. Right here, it's now in the safer zone. The chop ups. So you see how here the ups and downs, this is 182 all the way to 239. This is 40, 50 points of chop on the NASDAQ. And then here it is 10 points of chop. It is a night and day difference of how much volatility you're getting on the other side of that VIX line than you are on this line. That number stays the same all month, by the way. Yeah, much cleaner. And so when you see that, the trading style is different. You're going to have much cleaner moves and much less drawdown, right? And it's very easy to see these 40, 60 point kind of wiggles here. You're not really seeing it here. The market's tightening up, and it's a night and day difference between my trading style. This is in that area where the handout shows you that it looks like this. And again, like I said, this class I've been teaching for a long time. There's other people that teach my methods to people, because it's such a cool method to understand how VIX futures plays into trading any index products. And we're now at the place where these pivots will have a nice clean volume profile rather than a choppy one. And you'll see at your high volume pivots, it's going to be a little cleaner when you get to them, at least going forward from here. But anyways, that's all I got for today. Trying to drop a valuable lesson every single day. We drop 30 free accounts to give away to you guys. I'll be giving away a bunch more in the afternoon session. You guys are welcome to come over and say hey to me. If y'all want, I stream all day, every day as well. I got to thank the crew here at MyFunded. I got to thank the TV show crew, Bull Barbie being here, all the mods being here, everybody. Magnus, Abby, you guys are awesome. Denny, you're awesome. Love you guys. I got to get out of here. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the amazing updates, all the packages. I think everybody's, for the most part, thrilled to see all the new stuff, which is good. And so am I. Great segment. Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here as always. And of course, I'm Matt. Here's the link to my channel. I'll be live in about 5 minutes. The link is in chat, and we'll be going there. I'll be doing some giveaways myself. So we'll see y'all later, and thanks for tuning in. Thank you, guys. And I'm out. See you later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.